Creo que estamos en vivo y no tengo que cambiar nada más, pero no estoy completamente seguro. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana de lunes. Discúlpenme, obviamente son los primeros con los que platico esta mañana usando mi voz, así que disculpen. Bla, 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 bla. Y ahora sí ya estamos. Oigan, qué fin de semana tan interesante. El gran Javier Milei, presidente de Argentina, podríamos decir que estafó a muchísima gente. Lo hizo a propósito, lo hizo no a propósito. Vamos a platicar de esto, que, güey, qué locura. Uno, creo que esta historia se las he contado 1000 veces a ustedes y ustedes están familiarizados con ella, pero tal vez hay alguien que esté viendo este video por primera vez. Tal vez existe esa posibilidad. Entonces voy a decir esto. Lo que está pasando en cripto en estos momentos me recuerda muchísimo al momento cuando la gente se dio cuenta, los vagabundos se dieron cuenta que no había nada que les fuera a pasar si rompían la ley. En California, se los he dicho por un rato, fui de las primeras personas en estar criticando a California porque estaban dejando que el crimen se volviera un acontecimiento normal. Y poco a poco, ¿no? Fueron eliminando a los policías, los policías llegaban luego no hacían nada, luego no llegaban, empezó a ponerse mucho peor la cosa. Y un día iba yo saliendo de un restaurante donde normalmente iba diario a comer. Voy saliendo de este restaurante y veo a un vagabundo pegándole con una llave, ¿no? De esas grandototas de acero a un coche en el cofre. Y estaba péguele y pegue rompiendo el cofre del coche. Y sale el dueño del coche corriendo porque alguien estaba entrando un mesero al restaurante cuando yo salí, al otro de al lado. Sale este güey corriendo del restaurante y le dice, güey, ¿qué estás haciendo? ¿Por qué le estás pegando a mi coche? Y el loco, el vagabundo, casi pegándole al coche, se voltea y le hace, ¿y qué vas a hacer? ¿Hablarle a la policía? ¡Háblales! ¿Qué van a hacer? Y le seguía pegando al coche en lo que le decía eso. Yo, verga, ya se dieron cuenta que puedes hacer lo que sea y que no hay consecuencias. Esto va a tener problemas gigantes. Y efectivamente se convirtió en, obviamente, creamos supercriminales, como el güey que estaba disparándole a la gente que iba en su coche, que después acabó decapitando un papá en frente de sus hijas en Malibú, etcétera. También creamos toda esa red de crimen, ¿no? La que se metían a Reddit y decían, oigan, mañana vamos a ir a asaltar Nordstrom's en el Beverly Center. ¿Quién quiere jalar? Y llegaban 30 personas en la mañana, se robaban todo y se iban, ¿no? No pasaba nada. Eso es lo que hemos visto todo este tiempo. Y ahorita con cripto, cuando Trump sacó, lo de sus NFTs, entendido, ¿no? Son tarjetitas coleccionables, lo puedes comparar con las tarjetas esas de los jugadores, ¿no? Ahí puedes decir, ahora, hay mucha gente que dirá, esa es la línea, los NFTs, tal vez, pero la de los NFTs son, mínimo cuando salieron los NFTs, duraban semanas o meses el hype. Y ahora ya no, ahora son las meme monedas, es lo que hemos estado viendo, ¿no? Y cuando Trump sacó su moneda meme, justamente el fin de semana antes de que tomara la presidencia de Estados Unidos, seguido de Melania, y vimos cómo el market cap se fue de 80,000 millones de dólares a no sé cuánto, a lo que valga ahorita, y todo el mundo se quedó de verga, güey, ¿debería el presidente Trump de hacer esto? Y no quedándose atrás, obviamente al día siguiente salió la de Melania, hoy que fue un absoluto desastre, no pudo aguantar, todo el mundo se quiso meter, la vendieron luego, mínimo Trump tuvo 3 días que pompeó. Este es el único meme coin que ha durado 3 días y esto es algo que habla volúmenes de la industria de cripto, ¿no? Que duró 3 días la moneda que más ha pompeado últimamente de un presidente. También tuviste, hubo un gobierno africano también sacó su moneda, Sisi empezó a platicar de brócoli, su perro, y todo el mundo fue a comprar todas las monedas que se llamaban brócoli. Y ahora fue el turno de Javier Milei. No me acuerdo exactamente si fue el viernes o el sábado en la noche, pero sale Javier Milei a X a poner un buen post, ¿no? Y le dice a todo el mundo, vamos a invertir en Argentina y que viva la libertad, carajo, pibe. Y bolas, que pone el número de contrato para la criptomoneda, etcétera, que se llamaba Libra. Era la de Javier Milei, ¿no? La de Trump se llamaba Trump, la de Javier Milei se llamaba Libra. Y parece ser un proyecto de terceros. Sale la moneda, Obviamente da un pompazo para arriba e insiders, la gente de dentro del grupo, absolutamente se roban todo el dinero instantáneamente. 110 millones de dólares desaparecen, todo el valor baja, absorben toda la liquidez y todo el mundo se queda con el nepe en la mano sin saber qué hacer con él. Y, y lo peor de todo esto es que todo el mundo que fue estafado, entre comillas, va y se le avienta el cuello a Milei, ¿no? No, tienen que sacarlo, es que cómo se atreve a hacer esto. Esto es un patrón bastante extraño. Y luego, obviamente, de esto que estamos hablando, CoffeeZilla sacó una entrevista y ahorita vamos a entrar más en detalle en todo lo que fue esto y las controversias dentro de la misma controversia, si le quieren decir así. CoffeeZilla sacó una excelente entrevista con Hayden Davis, que es un güey que tiene un cuerpo muy grande para el tamaño de cabeza que tiene, pero ahora vamos a platicar de él, que es el encargado de esto y de muchas cosas que están pasando. Pero quiero decir esto antes de brincar a ir punto a punto de todo esto. Uno, estás comprando un meme coin y te enojas de que te están viendo la cara de tonto. Es como comprar boletos de lotería y no ganar y luego estar emputado porque no ganaste. Es lo que es como la gente lo está usando. No entiendo. Y ahora tienes a toda la gente en cripto, ¿no? No entiendo por qué la gente quiere tanto las meme coins. Están destruyendo la industria. La industria de la tecnología. ¿Cuántos, cuántos, cuántos bola de cabrones? Y sean honestos. ¿Cuántos de ustedes se meten a buscar en un análisis de cripto, ¿qué es lo que hace la puta moneda? ¿Cómo funciona la tecnología de bloques de dicha moneda? En vez de meterse a buscar cuánto va a subir o cuánto va a bajar el precio de la moneda. A nadie le importa la tecnología blockchain. Esta es la mentira más grande de todo el planeta. Se intentó, se jugó, no le interesa a nadie. Proyectos con excelentes fundamentos, nunca les va bien. No les va bien, jamás. A lo único que le va bien es si puedes decir, o sea, si la gente que nació para eso, en mi opinión, para hacer cripto apropiadamente, es la gente que vende esos cursos en línea que te enseñan a ser rico, vivir como un hombre de verdad, bla, 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 que te van a cambiar la vida de 0 a 100. ¿Por qué? Porque esos, güey, como lo que hace Andrew Tate. Y no estoy diciendo, de nuevo, no estoy diciéndole nada malo a lo que hace Andrew Tate, pero Andrew Tate tiene la habilidad de vender algo que vale absolutamente nada muy caro. ¿Por qué? Porque sabe qué decir, no te tiene que decir la verdad todo el tiempo, tiene que ponerte como el anzuelo enfrente. Eso funciona perfecto para ese tipo de industrias. La gente que está construyendo en cripto está perdiendo su tiempo por completo, porque no hay nada que la gente le interese en esa industria. Ahora, una vez más, a mí me encanta que mi monedita suba de precio. Me fascina. Y también me encanta cuando las moneditas bajan de precio. Yo estoy aquí por el precio y por el dinero subiendo y bajando. Me metí al principio por la tecnología. La tecnología no tiene sentido alguno y a nadie le importa y no tiene un solo valor. Con eso dicho, toda la gente llorando de que es que como las monedas de meme que son parte de la industria de cripto. ¿En dónde vives, güey? ¿En dónde vives? Todo siempre gira alrededor del precio y de nada más. Pero vamos a hablar un poco de la entrevista que tuvo CoffeeZilla con este tío. Tienen que ver a este güey, parece villano de película, aunque es como un villano retrasado mental. Es la cosa más extraña que he visto en mi puta vida. Se los voy a poner acá para que lo vean. Este es el güey que le vio la cara de tontos a todos. Este es el güey que todos, por alguna razón, le están hablando para decir, güey, puedes lanzar mi moneda. Le están dando millones. Este güey tiene en su posesión en este momento 110 millones de dólares de la estafa de Libra. O sea, literal en sus manos tiene 110 millones de dólares. Y en esta entrevista que hizo con CoffeeZilla, que no puedo creer que sea real, porque el güey se echó o sea, no existe una peor posición que en la que este güey se acaba de poner con esta entrevista. O sea, literalmente no existe. No existe. En cuanto, estaba yo ayer viendo a Dave Portnoy, porque Dave Portnoy, el fundador de Barstool Sports, Dave salió. Dave tiene una moneda a la que yo le invertí, una meme moneda. Ahora, pierdo todo mi dinero. Me da igual, porque estoy entrando en algo que se llama meme. algo estúpido, que tiene todo el derecho, por ser meme, una parodia, a quitarme todo mi dinero. Lo entiendo. Espero que todos ustedes que lo estén haciendo también, para que no estén después llorando porque no ganaste la lotería. No tiene sentido alguno. Dave Portnoy, en vez de sacar su moneda, compró una moneda de muchas de las que le mandaban, ¿no? Compró esa moneda y empezó a invertir en ella y dijo, esto es lo que me voy a llevar hasta que yo cree mi propia moneda. Dave Portnoy habló con este güey para que este güey le fuera y sacara su moneda. Este güey que tiene el cuerpo de este tamaño y la cabeza de este tamaño, le ha visto la cara a millones. No solo eso, estuvo también involucrado en el lanzamiento de Melania. Estuvo también involucrado en el lanzamiento de Trump. Está involucrado en esto de Javier Milei y no quiere soltar el dinero porque sabe que lo van a matar si lo hace y que no va a tener ningún poder. Porque se imaginarán dejar mal al presidente de Argentina como te pone enfrente de todo el mundo. O cualquier presidente, si te pones a pensarlo. Y este güey ha estado soltando absolutamente toda la sopa a un grado que no lo podemos creer. Vamos a empezar con esto. La primera cosa que me llama la atención es la admisión de insider trading y sniping. ¿Qué es insider trading? Hacer trading cuando sabes que algo va a pasar en una compañía, que tienes información privilegiada, eres parte dentro del círculo y compras o vendes de acuerdo a la información que tienes. Nancy Pelosi es la mejor insider trader de todo el planeta, pero toda la gente en cripto, y esto es algo que también vi, hay un güey que se llama Frank, que tiene una colección de NFTs. Frank dice, si no estás en el círculo, si no eres un insider, no puedes hacer dinero. O sea, si no lo has hecho en años, eres un pendejo. Estos güeyes, para que quede claro, esto es como la corrupción del gobierno de Estados Unidos. Esta es otra parte que me fascina, ¿no? Que todo el mundo está de, no, el gobierno de Estados Unidos no es corrupto, no hace esas cosas, no derroca a otros gobiernos con su dinero y no hace estas cosas. Sale toda la información de Doge, era de, verga, no sabía que el gobierno de Estados Unidos fuera tan cabrón. No sabía que hicieran todas esas cosas y existiera toda esa corrupción. Lo mismo pasa acá, por cierto. Toda esta gente que cree que todos estos lanzamientos de criptomonedas que salen de la nada y que estos güeyes, los insiders, están comprando, este es un delito gigantesco que están cometiendo todos, pero gigantesco. Y acá se acaban de poner los ojos en la espalda, absolutamente todos, porque el imbécil de Portnoy, que también amo a Dave, que quede claro, pero es un idiota por lo que acaba de hacer, sale en su en vivo a decir que a él le ofrecieron 6 millones de monedas me parece que eran 6 millones de monedas o 600,000 monedas del token de Libra. Y con eso le iban a pagar. Y el güey dijo, perfecto, gracias por esto. También compré porque sé cuándo va a salir la moneda. También sé quién está involucrado por lo que estoy comprando. Y el güey dice, y para que sepan, esto no es insider trading, ¿ok? Porque si fuera insider trading, esto es más como una acción. Todo el mundo sabe que va a haber un IPO. No funciona así, Dave. No funciona así porque no es lo mismo. No todo el mundo tiene la misma oportunidad de poder comprar algo que no sabemos que existe, ¿ok? Y ahora que lo puedes buscar en cadena y todo esto, sí, pero todo el mundo tiene la misma oportunidad como en un IPO. No es lo mismo. Es insider trading y es la cosa más ridícula que he escuchado de alguien tan serio como tú, cabrón. O sea, una pendejada. Entonces, este güey, Hayden, admitió abiertamente haber participado en insider trading en la práctica de sniping. Para los que no sepan qué es sniping, es yo compré antes que todos o lo hice a través de mi información. Fui de los primeros en llegar porque sabía qué hora iban a abrir la puerta. O tengo bots que lo hacen o gente por mí. ¿Ok? Y también están usándolo esto para hacer campañas de publicidad para la misma moneda, que es aquí el problema del insider trading, donde le están dando a todos estos insiders que quiere ser. Porque todos esos genios de trading están simplemente haciendo esto una y otra vez a toda la gente, pretendiendo que ellos están comprando también y están vendiendo y todo eso. O sea, literalmente. Ya esto es otra cosa. La gente ahora, apenas, y va a haber mucha gente que esté viendo este video y diga, esto no está pasando, Alejandro, como siempre, tú y tus teorías de conspiración, estás loco. Pero hay gente que ya se está dando cuenta que entonces todo lo que sale en cripto pasa por las manos de 8 pendejos y esos 8 pendejos son los que se roban todo. Sí, efectivamente. Ahora, ¿esto es algo malo? Yo creo que todo el mundo que participa en esto, que no entiende cómo funciona, se lo merece y es parte de. sea, no vas a ir al casino, a Mónaco, a meterte ahí, a jugar con no, en los dealers grandes, poner todo tu dinero y pensar que vas a salir con el triple de dinero, vas a salir con nada. Es lo mismo acá, porque no sabes cómo jugar, no tienes ni puta idea de lo que está pasando, nadie sabemos y solamente muy pocas personas ganan en este juego, que es lo que tiene que ser obvio. Ahora, este güey básicamente estaba participando en insider trading y con la práctica de sniping también, donde los insiders usan bots automatizados para obtener una posición temprana lucrativa en un token durante su lanzamiento, que es justo lo que acabamos de aplicar. Justificó esto sugiriendo que es una práctica muy común en los lanzamientos de las criptomonedas memes para generar y para proteger que el token, para que no sea snipeado por otros. Y eso quiere decir para que no haya la posibilidad de que otra gente que no sea parte de nuestro club venga y se la chingue. Eso es la locura más grande del mundo. Está admitiendo que está haciendo insider trading, pero está bien, porque todo el mundo en cripto lo hace. Genial. Vamos con eso. Perfecto. Después dice, conexión con figuras públicas. Esto es donde se pone interesante. La entrevista también reveló conexiones entre el token de Libra y figuras públicas, mencionando notablemente el acceso de insiders, compradores tempranos, en una cena privada en Washington, D.C. para el token de Trump. Eso quiere decir que en una cena en Washington, para el lanzamiento del token de Trump, toda la gente que estaba ahí metida, que pagó $1 millón para ir a cenar esa cena, y ahí si creen que es un chiste, no es un chiste, si es el mínimo que costaba cada plato. Si eso es lo que te costó ir ahí y después te dijeron, güey, vamos a lanzar una moneda, vas a querer comprarla antes que todo el mundo, déjenme les digo una cosa, insider trading, ¿ok? Es lo mismo, se llama insider trading. Es, no sé cómo más decirlo. Esto ha planteado muchas preguntas sobre la participación de personalidades de alto perfil en esquemas cripto. ¿De verdad? Manipulación de mercado. Davis también discutió cómo las monedas memes como Libra fueron manipuladas desde el principio. Con los insiders teniendo acceso previo al lanzamiento de los tokens, admitió que el mercado fue manipulado de formas que beneficiaban a unos pocos selectos y a expensas de los inversores públicos. Así que ahí lo tienes. Manejo de la liquidez de 100 millones de dólares. Un punto significativo fue su admisión de él tener 100 millones de dólares en liquidez en Libra. Más o menos tiene 110, porque además de los 100 millones que tiene en liquidez, tiene otros, dijo él, 10 a 11 millones en fees que también se llevó. Sin haber dado con él, lo que lleva acusaciones de fraude y mala gestión. Mencionó haber reembolsado a alguien que perdió 5 millones, pero esto hace poco abordar el problema más amplio. Entonces, ¿a quién le está regresando el dinero y a quién no? ¿Y por qué tiene este güey el dinero? Este monstruo acá que tiene cara de retrasado mental. Por cierto, si eres el presidente de cualquier nación, si eres un senador, puedes ser lo que quieras. Esto es clara bandera blanca para hacer lo que se te hinchen los huevos en cripto. Ahora, algún día te van a arrestar, no sé, porque Donald Trump también lo hizo, porque todos los presidentes lo están haciendo. Entonces, a este punto ya es un free for all para todos. Pero quiero decirles esto, para todos, por su propio bien. Si te vas a robar la lana y hacer esto, no necesitas a un grupo de personas como estas. Lo puedes hacer tú solo. No entiendo por qué la gente está contratando. O sea, cuando Dave Portnoy me dice, está diciendo, tengo que contratar a este güey. Güey, te cuesta máximo, y estoy exagerando, $10,000 sacar una de estas monedas con devs de no mames. $10,000. ¿Por qué te asocias con ellos? O sea, hasta para hacer estas estupideces me vuela la cabeza. Cripto no es tan difícil, de verdad que no lo es. Si un imbécil como yo pudo usarlo por tanto tiempo, todos ustedes pueden. Ahora, también viene el criticismo a el criticismo, o bueno, la crítica a las monedas memes, ¿no? Los comentarios de Davis durante la entrevista retrataron a las monedas meme como una herramienta para distribuir la riqueza del público a los insiders, que es justamente exactamente lo que pasa. Eso es por lo que es un crimen. Una perspectiva que Coffee Silla criticó fuertemente, destacando que los problemas éticos, descartando los problemas éticos involucrados. Eso es obvio. Pero es a lo que voy. O sea, estos niños, este güey es un niño. Están haciendo estupidez y media, crímenes del tamaño que nunca te imaginaste. Y nadie Nadie les dice, güey, tal vez deberías de hablar con un abogado, tal vez... Y también la gente lo sigue con... Ok. La caída del token de Libra ha tenido implicaciones políticas, especialmente con la implicación del presidente argentino, Javier Milei, lo que ha llevado a llamados para su destitución debido al respaldo al token, donde más tarde él lo retiró. Dijo, güey, yo no sabía qué pedo. Ya saben que Milei salió, dijo que la libertad, cabrones, les dejó la moneda a todos. Una vez que la libertad se fue junto con el dinero, Javier Milei dijo, la neta, yo no tengo nada que ver con esto, ¿eh? Esto fuera de mi control. Y ahora mucha gente contará y nos dirá muchas cosas que salieron mal, pero la realidad es que aunque haya muchas cosas que salieron mal, y hay gente que también no especula y dice, no, güey, es que los hackearon, Javier Milei nunca haría algo así, es un problema de algo más, lo tienen que entender. Háblame entonces de toda la gestión que acabamos de decir ahorita y cómo estaban haciendo insider trading, continúan haciendo insider trading y apenas eso está saliendo para que la mente de todos aquellos que están en cripto como tontos pensando que se van a hacer ricos de la noche a la mañana, ¿no? Porque es lo que es. La invitación a que participes a volverte rico de la noche a la mañana es el fraude que existe en todo el mundo. Empezó con el güey que te mandaba un correo de Nigeria y te decía, güey, soy el príncipe de Nigeria. Tengo 800 millones de dólares guardados en un banco, güey, no los puedo sacar a menos de que me mandes 20,000 pesos. Y ahí vas tú de imbécil mandándole los 20,000 pesos al príncipe de Nigeria, que nunca te iba a dar los 800 millones de dólares ni se los iba a dividir contigo. Poco a poco se fueron dando cuenta que era más y más fácil verle la cara a la gente. Esto es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Y lo que es preocupante de este tipo de movimientos, uno, no hay nada que puedas hacer. El hecho que se llamen monedas meme, y es por eso que comprar una moneda meme, si no estás dispuesto a perder todo tu dinero y vas y te quejas, eres un imbécil, porque una moneda meme tiene absolutamente el mismo derecho que una parodia. Una parodia, para todos ustedes que no sepan, para hacer una película, y se los he dicho varias veces, me tomo el cafecito, que es muy temprano, para hacer una parodia, para hacer una película en sí, hacer una película es bastante difícil. En sí hacer la película es fácil, pero entregar la película y que sea distribuible en todos los medios es bastante complicado, porque requiere de muchísimo papeleo, muchísimos clearances, copyright, todo lo que te imagines, ¿no? Es bastante complejo y ahí es donde los buenos productores se separan de los malos, porque hay muy pocos que pueden entregar todo esto. Ahora, cuando haces una película y es una parodia, puedes usar casi la misma música, cambiando pocas cosas. Puedes usar casi el mismo guión, cambiando pocas cosas. Puedes literalmente cambiar todo porque dices, güey, estoy protegido bajo la ley de la parodia. Con esto puedo literalmente burlarme de quien sea, decir las mentiras que sea, hacer lo que sea. Es como una tarjeta de salte de la cárcel todo el tiempo si haces esto. Cuando estás haciendo monedas y se llaman memes, meme coins, estás entrando en un mundo de parodia, un mundo de comedia. Y en este mundo de comedia, todo se vale. Es literalmente lo que son los meme coins. Es una carta blanca para poder hacer lo que quieras. Carta blanca, es una cerveza, ¿no? Suena bastante bien, honestamente. Y es muy interesante simplemente eso, que estamos siendo y yendo a este punto en nuestra sociedad donde todo el mundo quiere hacerse rico más y más rápido, más y más rápido, más y más rápido. Y es muy importante entender que eso no existe, eso no pasa. Toma todo el tiempo del mundo y comprar una de estas monedas memes, bla, 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 que pueden subir, sí, pero no vas a poner tu dinero de verdad en eso. Nada. Como yo comprando la de Portnoy, güey, le voy a poner $1,000. Con todo el respeto del mundo, ¿qué me importan $1,000? Piénsalo. ¿Qué me los voy a gastar en una comida? Porque es lo que cuestan las cosas aquí, ¿no? En serio. Y si Porno ahorita sale y dice, güey, ya saqué mi nueva moneda y toda mi nueva moneda está de huevos, no sé qué, chido, me llevaste a cero. Está bien, güey, estoy acá porque estoy contigo, está haciendo videos chistosos, lo que sea, güey, me da igual, ¿no? Es parte de. Y estoy apoyando a Portnoy porque creo y de verdad me cae bien el güey y creo que es de las personas más inteligentes en todo esto. Y una persona inteligente que habla de ser tonta, que es algo que también me cae muy bien. Entonces, yo creo que aquí todo el mundo tiene que relajarse un poco, tiene que entender que les vieron ya la cara de pendejos y yo creo que tienen que enfocarse más en simplemente, y esto es imposible y esto nunca va a funcionar, ¿ok? Es lo mismo y esto es la industria de cripto, aquí, allá, izquierda, derecha. No es una industria seria, no es una industria que va por la tecnología. Es el lugar donde la gente más desesperada por hacer dinero está. Y cuando tienes a una cantidad de gente que está desesperada por hacer dinero en algo, va a haber muchísima gente que se beneficie de eso haciendo cosas como estas. Así que lo único que pueden hacer, por el amor de Dios, por el amor de Alá, de los testigos de Jehová y de todo el mundo, es simplemente no comprar estas mamadas. Háganlo por su bien, háganlo por su bien. A menos que digan y se den permiso de perder todo ese dinero. Si te das permiso y estás dispuesto a perder todo este dinero, ¿qué más te da? No, estás jugando en el casino, güey, lo pones en la ruleta. Hay veces que ganas, hay veces que pierdes. La gran mayoría vas a perder cuando estás jugando ruleta. Y está bien, estoy pasándome el tiempo. Y yo creo que eso es el problema más grande en este punto. Porque de verdad creen que esto es algo que les va a cambiar la vida y no lo va a hacer jamás. No lo va a hacer jamás. No lo va a hacer. No te va a sacar la lotería de cripto de nada. Hay sistemas para evitar que lo hagas. El mismo imbécil de Hayden Davis dijo que están protegiendo estos lanzamientos en contra de gente que no invitaron a comprar desde que sale la moneda, para asegurarse que tú no te lleves nada de lo grande. Ahora, puede que haya una moneda que se llame Dog with Five, Dog with Hat, y esa moneda vaya a subir 100,000 millones de dólares más. Sí, 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 sí. Pero existe 99.9% de probabilidad de que vas a perder todo tu dinero antes de que encuentres esa moneda. Es lo que existe. Entonces, simplemente no te quiero decir qué hacer, haz lo que gustes, simplemente quiero que tengas un entendimiento real de cómo funciona esto y de la realidad de cómo funciona el mundo, ¿no? Porque es muy feo vivir engañado y creer que te puedes hacer rico de la noche a la mañana y que tienes un chance de verdad. No tienes chance, tienen sistemas para evitarlo. Y con eso, damas y caballeros, los voy a dejar. Voy a invitar, vamos a empezar este casino instantáneamente. Ya tengo aquí a Alex y a Farhan. Lo único que quiero hacer antes de hacer eso es quiero invitarlos a los que gusten a caer a nuestro Discord. Tenemos un Discord bastante chido aquí en el E-Trading Academy. No sé si estoy compartiendo mi pantalla o no. No, por supuesto que no. Permítanme compartirla con ustedes. Mi pantalla, ¿no? Aquí tienen el Discord. Esto es absolutamente gratis para quien quiera venir a tradear futuros con nosotros. Tienen nuestro chat general, ya lo saben. Todos los insiders. Esto es justo lo que decimos. Esto es justo lo que decimos. Felicidades. Así nos dejó a todos. Así nos dejó a todos, tíos. Vaya, caigan por acá. Justamente tienen el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, tienen el chat general, tienen cualquier cosa que necesiten acá para pedir tablas. Vengan y déjenos un testimonial, no nos caería mal. También tienen noticias y otras cosas por acá. Y también Criptolingo. Si estamos hablando de algo que tal vez no entienden, lo tenemos en español, en inglés, para que puedan traducirlo perfectamente. Y también, si quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, hoy va a ser la última vez que vean pero aquí se los voy a poner. Caigan a nuestro sitio, que también está en la descripción de abajo. Esto es absolutamente gratis. Te metes en Tutos y vas a poner cómo tradear en Bluffing, brother. Cómo tradear en Bluffing, y te va a dar un video de 5 minutos donde te explica cómo entrar al mercado de futuros, cómo depositar en tu cuenta, cómo operar, etcétera. 5 minutos absolutamente gratis. Si quieren ser parte del casino El Tío Salo, donde ustedes son responsables de su propio dinero, y que Dios los bendiga a todos. Vamos a darle con todo. Aquí están my guys.
Good morning, fellas.
Yo, yo.
Damn it. This is to my. I was wearing these for nothing, basically. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos. Feeling real good. Just got back from the island.
Oh yeah, because you were on an island. How'd that
I went
go?
to Isla Mujeres, which was fucking awesome. A lot of gringos, 95% white people there.
I know.
And I don't know.
Hey, but
maybe I just. I was saying maybe I just give off the Mexican look, because whenever I would respond to them in English, they'd be like, "Wow, you speak such good English." I'm thinking this mother.
Dude, all of the people that kind of look like us, like we fall into both categories, my son. Like you look Mexican, I look Mexican. You look Middle Eastern, I look Middle. Like it works. It works everywhere in the world. You're like an in between of everything too.
They're like, wow, you speak such good English, and I'm like, I'm American. And
Well, like
really?
Alex can play Italian too.
I've been told that. Yeah.
You can do Italian. You got the greater whiteness going on for you, which, my God, that's a superpower, sir. That's a superpower. Let me tell you.
Yeah, you can play white and brown.
Yeah, that ain't easy. Being cheesy. All right, let's get to this right now. I'm just trying to figure out where exactly my Vimeo. Oh, here it is. Well, I'm a genius. Sorry. Let's get started.
I just shared my beautiful bias with Discord.
Let's share your beautiful Bitcoin bias first. Start with that. Get us going. Who's going to start it?
I will share my screen. It's a race to share the screens.
Mm-hmm.
Bam. All right, sir. Let's look at the Bitcoins.
Let's see if we're rich.
I've seen
Did
a lot
you guys
of bias.
buy the Milei coin?
My cousin did and lost all his money. He texted me over the weekend. He's like, because he asked me if he should buy Trump, and as along with every single meme when people ask me to, my answer is always the same: no. And it went up like so much that when he asked me if he should buy Melania, and I told him absolutely not, he just did the opposite and bought it.
Oh, what a tragedy! Because Melania was,
yeah, that literally just went down from the open. Never went up a second.
The Melania coin is the equal to the Michelle Obama as first lady. It's the equal in that play to the crypto space. Big Mike. Big Mike.
And he had the same issue that most people have when they get into crypto, is they start getting into leverage during an up only market. They make a bunch of money, think they're geniuses, and then they lose it all on some shit coin.
Yep. The story of my life. No.
Let's see, do I want to go weekly or
now you have presidents rugging you.
I'm gonna start with the weekly because definitely.
The president's rugging you is incredible. Like we've gotten this is something I was saying just now, obviously in Spanish, but we got to the point back in the day when in LA the crime started to happen, right? Like they started letting crime go. Like no one would do anything. I said at some point there's going to be a point where the thieves and the people committing crimes are going to realize that they can just do it without any consequences. It took forever. It really took a long time for that to happen, but it happened. And the way it happened was one day I was coming out of the hookah bar and I'm walking towards the parking garage and I see this guy just hitting with a wrench a car in the hood. The owner comes out running and goes, dude, stop it. What are you doing? And he goes, what are you going to do? Call the cops? Call them. And kept smacking the front of the car. And I was like, damn, they know. They can do anything. And it's kind of like the same right now. When Trump launched his meme coin and then Melania and now this one, everyone is kind of like going like, what? This is cool, right? This is going to be really bad.
That's why I feel bad for the school girl, because I feel like she took the brunt of something she had no idea what she was doing. And then we had Trump do it. We had, the president of Argentina do it. The African Congo do it. I don't even know what that was even called. But it's okay because, Trump did it and he didn't get in trouble. So he kind of like paved the way. It's interesting.
But Hakua girl did, and she got sued. So now I think actually Trump coming into play is going to help her, because it's like if you find her guilty, then Trump's kind of guilty too.
Yeah, exactly.
So that lawsuit probably gets dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
But it is odd because they are trying to sue the president of Argentina. I think their stock market,
you think he's being charged?
Yeah, I think their stock market today was down 5%. And imagine that, being a boomer, being invested in that, and then, come today's open, your stock market crashes and you have no idea what your president did over the weekend. That's just
none. He launched a meme. What does that even mean?
What?
He's like, Trump did it. Dude, we're living in the most creative and entertaining timeline possible.
Simulation. That's what it's called. That's
Where
funny
would
as fuck.
where would we be if we were in the timeline where Trump did not turn his head?
Oh man,
If you,
Anarchy.
yeah, probably. I think
I
the
still
world.
this is gonna be funny, but I still think Kamala would have lost.
Oh yeah, dude, come on.
Whoever they replaced him with, probably JD Vance, probably would have still won.
Oh, incredible. All you, sir. Let's get it. Into
Before
the
I start,
corn.
though, I'm gonna mention that that vehicle you were previously mentioning was probably sold in Glendale. It's an inside joke for anybody who's. So I'm gonna start with the 2 week on Bitcoins because it fits my bias the most.
Nice.
So right now we have first we've lost the rejection on I mean the median on this candle close in the end of January. Then we opened below the median. We retested it, had a rejection, and as long as we're retesting the median and getting a rejection, probabilities are higher that we retest the bottom 38.2% versus testing the top of the median. And right now, the bottom 38.2% is lines up with the 9 EMA, so that makes it less likely to hold because we've already tested it once, twice before. So now the third time around, it's likely to be weaker. What's more likely is that we're probably going to sweep this 9 EMA, go somewhere down around this 50% on the HPD ranges, and right now that level sits at somewhere about maybe $89,000 to $90,000. So, and if we switch down to the weekly to give you a more of an exact number, because the weekly is also getting the same setup where we've lost the median, got several retests of it, and rejection every single time. That brings us down to the bottom 38.2%. High probability of hitting that area. Right now, that level sits somewhere around $92,400. So that would tell you somewhere around $92,500 to $89,000 is going to be a very, very significant level. So right now, like what I shared on the Discord, is that my bias is that we come back down somewhere around this area at this 38.2%. Right around 92.5s to maybe 93s, make our next significant bounce here. And I believe this bounce is going to be the one that takes us to new all-time highs. Maybe we get a quick, a short, a bull trap beforehand, a bounce somewhere maybe around $99,000 to $100,000, a rejection from there, and then into a bear trap into new highs. But we'll get to the lower time frames and see if it lines up with that bull trap or not. I'm sorry, you're going to say something?
No.
No, I thought you were.
Didn't even breathe, motherfucker.
I heard a breath. It's the breath police now.
I'd go to jail instantly.
On the monthly, we have momentum shifting down. It's still above the moving average, so it's still not really that bad of a signal. The last time we dropped below the moving average was back during our summer consolidation of basically from spring until fall. If we switch it to a line chart, it's much easier to see. Literally went sideways for how many months? April until the end of October, we went sideways. What is that? 6 months of sideways at price action, and the only time we got that is whenever we lost we lost the moving average on momentum. Right now, we're still above that moving average, still looking like one of these moves where we came back down to retest the moving average, made another higher low there, and then ended up going to new highs on Bitcoin. I feel like this is what's still happening. Invalid, especially what lines up with that is right now that the jewel is still curved around, still giving a buy signal, which was confluence with these points here. Whenever momentum was retesting the meme lines, the jewel was giving a buy signal the entire way through. Then once we lost this moving average, that's when the jewel started to shift over into a sell signal. And once we got the sell signal, sure, it didn't really move that much. It looks like not that much, but if you were to take it from a wick high to wick low basis, that is almost 30% move to the downside, which was from the monthly sell signal. But this wasn't even that major of a sell signal, because it gave us a sell signal below the critical zone, and then it quickly started flipping back around. And from that sell signal given, we pumped another 69% to the upside. Once that sell signal fires off in somewhere around the critical zone, like right here, this is one of the sell signals that you should really be worrying about, because that gave us a dump of from wick high, wick low, 57% to the downside. No, I'm wrong. 55.69% to the downside after getting the sell signal within the critical zone. But that was also our 2021 cycle highs, giving us a lot more bias that the cycle high probably is not in yet. Because usually we like to find the cycle high within the critical zone of the jewel. Just like same thing in 2018. We found a cycle high whenever the jewel entered into the critical zone. And so it gave us a sell signal in the critical zone. Have not had that yet right here. We had it in 2021, in 2018. Very curious to see if we have it in 2014. We do indeed. 2014 cycle was when we hit the sell signal within the critical zone. So now we have 3, and 3 makes a trend, giving you kind of more bias that we're likely not have not found our cycle high yet. Now on the monthly, we do have a rejection of 2 rejections of the median. You can consider this a 3rd rejection of the median, but we're still holding over this 5 EMA. So as long as you're holding over this 5 EMA, more than likely to retest it again. Doesn't mean we can't retest this 5 EMA again. Actually, it's a lot more likely that we come back to retest it again. But as long as this level holds, we should get a retest of the median. Right now, this 5 EMA is sitting at $91,162. This number is going to change in about 11 days and 9 hours. It's going to go up. It'd be very interesting to see it go somewhere around maybe 92.5, 93K. That would fit my bias very beautifully if that were to happen. But if we lose this $91,000 level, though, pretty easy way to front run the cycle being over, because that'll bring us back down to somewhere around this 38.2%, which is sitting at $69,000, and that would almost certainly, basically, it would be a formality to wait for the confirmation of the 2-week and the monthly and the quarterly bearish divergences at that point, because you would need to bounce. About 35% before the weekly close to reverse that 2-week bearish divergence. And once the 2-week bearish divergence does confirm, the monthly will likely confirm, which will bleed into the quarterly. And then you can say goodbye to your 6-figure Bitcoins for a long time. It's probably going to go somewhere around mid 40s, and then maybe make a quick bottom there, grind out sideways for a little bit, probably retest the bottom like we did every single cycle beforehand. And then you probably get a move back up, and still probably not to the 6 figures, probably somewhere around $70,000, where it's going to range, just like how we did in this bull market, where we went up to the 40s, started ranging there, and then broke to new highs at $70,000. That's very likely what's to happen, where we make our bottom somewhere around the 40s, range a bit from there, retest the 40s, then go into the 60s and 70s, range from there, maybe get a quick bear trap, and then go well into the 6 figures. But hey, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe we just go straight to $200,000.
All the liquidity is going into meme coins, and then
exactly,
and then the same 5 people are taking all of it.
That's literally what that dude GCR tweeted like a couple of years ago, saying that the market is becoming more PvP than ever. Before, a larger amount of people would share a smaller amount of profit. Then slowly it moved on to the next cycle, where a smaller amount of people would share a larger amount of profit, then even smaller amount. Then eventually it's going to be like 5 or 6 guys taking all of the money while everybody else loses money.
That's literally what's happening right now.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened with stocks too, where people used to make money during the golden, the roaring 20s and shit. Then the Great Depression happened, and then only a certain few started making money.
Well, by the way, in stocks, it's brilliant, right? Because it's legally set up so that insiders and everyone that has the right to buy before you do the IPO is basically an insider. And they just call it something else. They're like, here's a different stage of funding. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Even Portnoy was trying to make the point, this is just like an IPO. Everyone knows about the IPO, and there's people that can buy before. I'm like, those are insiders, sir. Those are insiders.
You're describing fraud. The secret is crime.
But yeah, no, now it's 4 people making all the money. It's like 8.
They hear a bunch of people did this. Nancy Pelosi did as well. They hear Google's about to get hit with an antitrust lawsuit. Sell all your shares, buy puts. And they can do it before the market even opens.
It's fucking incredible.
Because they do over-the-counter trading.
OTC, baby.
On the 3-month, this is getting a little bit worrying. We don't have the closure yet. We do have 1 month and 15 days to go, but we are dropping below the moving average on momentum on the quarterly. And if you were to draw with the vertical line last time, what happened when we lost momentum, the moving average on the momentum on the quarterly? It's right about here. How much of a dumpski did we get from there?
Oh, wow.
67.9% to the downside. That almost caught our all-time high in 2022, late 2021. So we are getting that right now. It's a very worrying signal to see this momentum drop below the moving average. We have not gotten our close. Hopium is in this next month and 15 days. The bulls will be able to turn it around and get back above this moving average, because if they don't, that's going to basically tell you that the cycle is over. Not only that, but notice this: high, lower high, higher high, lower high, higher high. 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. That brings us back down to this 21 EMA at a minimum. That's a $47,000. What do you know? What a beautiful bias. I've seen a lot of bias. This is the most beautiful. Many people are saying it. Not me, but many people are saying it. Probabilities are right now, though, that while we are above this candle's close, which is at 93,466, also where I get that $93,000 level from, but why I said 92s, 93s, is that while we're above this 93s level, we do have probability of going to retest this median by the end of March, which is in 1 month and 15 days, and that median is sitting at 118,888. This is my bias for why we're likely to bounce from somewhere around 92s to 93s to make new highs. But I'm looking for, we'll get to it in the lower time frames, but I'm thinking that we do get a bull trap first before the bear trap.
Yeah, it always ends with a big fucking pump, and everyone's like, "That's it, we're going to all-time highs," and fuck you.
And you sweep the current local lows. And then that's where the real pump starts.
Mm-hmm.
Same should happen in right before the election rally, where we ran up to like 70s for a bit, rejected, went back to the 60s, and then we started going up only until like 93 or 94K.
Yeah.
5-day right now. This is looking a little promising because this is a nice looking 5-day hammerhead candle, holding this 21 EMA and the bottom of 38.2%. But the reason why we're still probably going to go lower is because although we did put in a nice looking candle, can't really trade off just candles alone. It just gives you confluence. Because if you look at momentum is continuing lower, retesting this moving average and still rejecting it and moving down. And now we have lost the moving average on the 5-day. The last time we lost the moving average on the 5-day, although this was more serious because it happened in the bullish control zone, we dumped. Happened right there. Not that much actually, because we got a pump beforehand before the actual dump started. Hey, that lines up with my bias of a bear trap. So we dumped about 6%, then we pumped about 4%, not even that bad of a pump. And then we ultimately went down another 14% from there. So it's not really that bad. What's more likely with this 5-day setup is that we're to come back down and retest somewhere around this maybe 21 EMA to this 50%. Right now that puts us somewhere around like $93,000 to maybe 91.5. Probably the level is going to step up because 2 days and 9 hours, and this move probably doesn't happen that quickly. This 50%, it would be very interesting to see if it goes from $91,000 towards somewhere around 92. On the 2-day, this is looking a little bit worrying, but the 9 has dropped below the 21 EMA. We got a retest of it, perfect rejection, and now we're getting expansion to the downside. What it looks like right here is as long as these EMAs are being rejected and they line up right with that bottom 38.2%, making it an even more significant area, as they were likely going to come back down and retest this 55 EMA. This sits right now at about $92,700. Beautifully fits my bias, and probably gives us that move where we come back down. How do I do the paintbrush? I don't use this much, so excuse. I'm going to give you the phrase that every single elementary school teacher said. Now, excuse this. I'm not an artist. Oh shit. Okay, there we go.
Damn.
Because obviously there's obviously there's going to be no pullbacks after we break these highs. Clearly, it's just going to go straight to 300K. All right, but in seriousness though, this vertical line is this joke. This is what I'm talking about. That's actually probably going to happen. Let's delete this vertical line. Now watch us just go straight down from here, and I end up being massively wrong. And right now, momentum on the 2-day is getting to pretty extreme areas, giving us the idea of possibly one more swipe to the downside, getting into the bearish control zone. But then at this point, momentum is likely going to flip back up, for the very least a mean reversion bounce. Right now, volatility is still flipped to the upside with momentum down, giving us a strong possibility of a sweep of these current lows. Doesn't tell us if we're going to hold these lows or not. That's just my bias telling me they probably hold these lows, but we'd have to see once we approach them. But it is giving us more likelihood than not of us going down from here. Right now, the daily momentum is also flipping to the downside. Volatility is flipping up from 0%. The jewel, however, is still on a buy signal from the bearish control zone. We would draw a vertical line every single time we got buy signal from the bearish control zone. This should be enough. Yes, we got one more. You can never have too much data. Okay, this one gave you a little bit of a dumpster beforehand of 6% before pumping up 12.28%. So 2-to-1, not bad. This one was a massive failure. Is it pumped? What? 5.72%, then dumped 11.4%, then ended up playing out for 16%. But anybody with any reasonable risk management would have been taken out of this stuff. How do I make these? There we go. This one was also kind of a failure. Dumped about 9%. So anybody that's not a degen retard would have been stopped out before going up 5%. Didn't even pump as much as it dumped. Massive failure. This one was kind of a pretty big win. About 87% to the upside. So that one would have made up for every single one of those failures and then some. This one went up 4.7%, then went down about 5%, then eventually went up 11%. And now we have the same setup here, where if we were to do the downwards move of somewhere around 4 to 5%, 4% brings us to around $94,000.
Right to your bias. That's what it brings you.
Beautiful. Beautifully brings us right to my bias. And then we apply the move of 11% from there after filling my bias. All-time highs. What do you know? I'm just biasing all over the screen right now.
I can tell.
I can barely even see the numbers through all the bias.
Look at the white line.
How can I look at the white line? The bias is the same color. All right. Now here's where my idea of a short-term bull trap comes from. Momentum is starting to flip back up on the 4-hour, and we are dropping on lower on momentum than we did in these levels while making a higher low, giving us 4-hour hidden bullish divergence. On the opposite hand, we are getting volatility contracting the entire time we have the bullish divergence and momentum flipping up, telling us this is probably going to be a corrective bounce. Where I can see where this bounce would take us to, if we close over this 38.2%, with momentum flipping up from the bearish control zone, likely takes us to somewhere around the middle zone. That very probably is somewhere around this night, 38.2% to 50%. More likely the 50%, because that's what 50% and also 50% of the momentum kind of lines up. That's somewhere around $99,000. So I did mean to draw this a little bit higher, didn't quite get that, but somewhere around $99,000 is if we do close over this 38.2% to find our next lower high, get that bull trap in, get everyone super bullish and long towards over 100K, reject this area. Maybe I can see it going a little bit higher, maximum of 100K to retest this 200 SMA. Invalidation on this is any 4-hour close above this 200 SMA. Then you're likely going to go up to retest that previous bull trap of 102K. But as long as you're below this, what's more likely to happen is you're probably going to make another bearish retest somewhere in this zone, come back down towards 92 to 93, mark out a bottom there, and then probably pretty rapidly go towards new all-time highs. So erase this meme line. Get a little sip of this RFK Coke Zero. Cheese salami is absolutely nuking. I'm kind of curious. I know this isn't what we're looking at, but I just want to see how much it's down from the open. 10%. Bad.
Wow. Quite the droppies.
I'm sorry, the community members will not be able to buy their salami this week. Still have, which very likely is not going to go away anytime soon. Still have the 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence active. What made me a little bit more on the bullish side, though, is the fact that on this previous quarterly close in December, the target of the critical zone actually went up. I was thinking it was going to go down. It was at 160K, went to 169. Very beautiful target. Monthly does have possible bearish divergence. Still not confirmed unless we close below $89,224. Close below there, and we're very likely going to have our cycle over and have 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence on the monthly. Plus, if you look on the quarterly, we have series of lower highs, giving us 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly. Now we have that bearish divergence on the HPDR momentum and the RSI. And we've got it on the 2-week. Many drives of bearish divergence. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 drives on the 2-week. Brings us back down to the at a minimum the middle zone. Right now that middle zone is at 84,290, which I mean it's 64,000. My bad, 64,290. Then that would almost certainly, if you're down to $64,000, give us a close below 89,200, bringing us 3 drives of bearish divergence on the monthly. Probably bring us down to this 21 EMA, but you could also look at this middle zone on the RSI. Right now it's at 42,278. That would likely take us down below this 58,800 number, giving us quarterly bearish divergence, also bringing us down to this 21 EMA right now. And that also lines up with a very beautiful $46,000 number. So in long story short, just 100x at $46,000 and you should be good.
That's it?
That's all you got to do. Just set your bids for full portfolio 100x at $46,000.
Why didn't you tell Milei about this? He could have saved himself some trouble over the weekend.
Tried to, I just couldn't get in touch with him.
The whole thing about him being president kind of makes it hard.
Yeah, bro doesn't check his DMs. Yeah, I can't blame him. I don't either.
Yeah, exactly.
On the 5-day, we have confirmed bearish divergence. Arguable that we have played it out because we have tapped the 21 EMA and we've gotten to the edge of the bearish control zone. It's going to be active as long as we're closing below 100,190, so like $100,200. Close above there, then it's invalidated, and we're likely going to go back up to the middle zone at the very least. Right now, to tap the bearish control zone, we'd have to go to about $92,899. Very interesting. That also fits my bias. And we still have not tapped that area yet. And we'd still have the active bearish divergence. That would give us one more tap of this 21 EMA, probably be a little bit of a sweep lower to get that bearish control zone right in the 92s to 93s. And then the real fun can start. Unless we close below that 91 area, and then the fun will apply to the downside. If you can call it fun. Most people are not going to be having as much fun with their Bitcoins. Some people will. Some people will enjoy it very much. No. The whole PM right now on this 5-day bearish divergence though is that volatility is contracting while we have bearish divergence. You see volatility expansion with bearish divergence, that's when you probably want to sell all of your meme coins. Because Bitcoin dumps 20%, those shits are going down 60 to 70%. You got 100 pesos, now you got 25 pesos left.
Man, the salami fucking collapse was insane from $2.59 to fucking $8. I mean,
oh yeah,
that was brutal for whoever wrote it down.
Those are probably the same people who wrote it from 50 cents to 250.
Probably. They wanted 500 and just held the bag down.
Actually, you would not believe how many of these posts I've seen on crypto Twitter where people are like, all right, now I've scaled this account. It started with like 5K to like 1.5 or $2 million. And they're like, it's not enough to retire on. I need at least 10 million to retire. And then they write it all the way back down to $1,500.
Crazy. Like what?
Is this hidden bearish divergence 96? There is some possible hidden bearish divergence. We have to close below about $95,288 to confirm it. That would likely give us another retest of this 100 EMA somewhere around that $93,000 area. Right now, daily is at 4 periods of 0% volatility, giving us a possible United States setup or a possible space laser setup. Right now, momentum is literally, volatility is literally at 0%, not even getting slightly above 0% to like 1 or 2%, literally 0.00% for 4 periods. Let's draw with the vertical line every single time we had 0% volatility on the daily. Oh, fuck. Let's change this color vertical line to yellow. And the reason I didn't put it here is because we didn't get expansion. I'm putting expansion from 0. All right, that'll be enough. See how many of these applied to the upside. This was a 7.5% move to the upside, followed by a 4% move to the downside. This one was about 45% to the upside, small correction, and then 50% to the upside, bigger correction, then 86% up. And this one had a correction first of about 4%, bumped the same amount, 4.5%. Then it was down 8%, then up about 16%. And this one, arguable whether it's a failure or not, since it dumped the same amount as it pumped first. This one is definitely a failure. This one was volatility to the downside. Well, I guess not really a failure because this setup is not direction bias. It's just telling you volatility expansion. So 13% to the downside on this volatility expansion from 0%. Oh, I still have this little meme triangle drawn on here. This was a trap volatility expansion. Got a 4.5% pump for dumping 22%. So far we have, what is that, like 2 or 3 to the downside. This one was massive volatility expansion to the upside. And then afterwards, I'm going to look at what gives you your bias with which direction it's going to apply. So when you saw this volatility expansion that happened to the upside, we look at the jewel. At that point, the jewel is giving us a buy signal, giving us bias that that's probably going to happen to the upside. Let's look at the other one. This one, which ended up applying to the upside by a little bit before eventually flipping over. When it applied to the upside, the jewel was giving us a buy signal. But then when we started stalling out here, it started giving us a sell signal. And we were still below 15% on volatility when we were getting the sell signal. Then we started expanding from 15% with the sell signal active. Then we got our massive dump ski. On this one as well, we started expanding. We had the buy signal when we went up above the moving average, but not from expansion above 15%. When we got to the expansion above 15%, there was a sell signal on the jewel giving us a dump. And same thing on this one, which happened to the upside, is when we got the expansion above the moving average, we had a buy signal on the jewel. When we finally got above the 15%, we still had a buy signal and ended up applying to the upside. So now we go to our current price action. Right now, we are still below the moving average, still below the 15%. But as of this moment, we still have a buy signal with the jewel. So if we do get volatility expansion from this point above 15%, likely going to apply to the upside the same amount that it did last time. And if you were to apply somewhere around 10 to 15% from here, 10% brings us up to about $106,000 to retest these previous rejected lower highs. 15% brings us to around new highs at around $111,000. And the number that I had on my meme line is about 112. has that possible hidden bullish divergence that I mentioned on the HPDR momentum, which is also another reason why you only really need one momentum indicator. They'll all show you the same thing. And then there's a higher possibility of you getting analysis, what's the word? Analysis paralysis, where you get too much data and you get conflicting signals. Much better just have one momentum indicator. And then I don't think I mentioned this before. We still have an active silver crosses downside on the 4-hour, which we just now got a perfect retest of. But we have that possible hidden bullish divergence, which will be confirmed if we close above $98,850, giving us a very high probability target of hitting this neutral zone on the RSI. That number sits at right now 97,300. No, so we go higher because we have to close over that. That'd be the bullish control zone. Right at $103,000. Maybe this level changes to my bias of $100,000. Because it's going to change in 26 minutes. Ding! Quarterly momentum is still flipped to the upside, just about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $60,600 with volatility expansion from the lowest level we've ever had. And this is also going to be the first time that Bitcoin is ever entering the critical zone on the quarterly. Every single time we got close was basically our cycle top. Right here we got close, $69,000. Right here we got close, $19,800. Never quite got into the critical zone. Also, we got this fun little fib extension right here. We're getting a perfect retest of this 161.8% after closing above, giving us a target of that 261.8%, around $113,000. Very close to my bias number. Monthly is now contracting on volatility, with momentum pointing up from the edge of the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $92,700. And if you notice on the DMI, we've been green ever since literally the bear market. Right now, DMI has to go to flip it down, has to go to below $46,000. Very beautiful number, very biased feeling.
It matches your bias.
A lot. Let's see DMI in the previous cycle. It actually never flipped red. From the 2018 cycle towards the 2021 cycle, never flipped red. Very interesting. Only time it ever flipped red was June. Remember what happened in June? Luna.
Ooh.
So unless we have another black swan, the DMI is likely to stay green until the next cycle. And then we got very close to flipping it though. We got very, very close, which would give us the same number of going down to $46,000. Now you have another piece of confluence giving you 46, somewhere around mid 40s.
What if the black swan this time, instead of an exchange falling, is just one of the 8 guys or all of the 8 guys that are making all the money on crypto? They just get arrested.
Hey, but then there'll be more money for other people to make.
Well, no, because they wouldn't just redistribute the money. They would lock it away. Then there's no more. They take it all away, all the liquidity.
But they would also not be taking any of the profit out of the market anymore.
Touche.
Probably CZ doing it all. But he probably holds like 5 trillion Tether.
Can you imagine? Yeah, for sure.
He could probably single-handedly cause the collapse of Tether if you were to market sell it all. On 2 week, we are officially getting the end of our United States setup from around late 2024. Volatility is dropping, momentum is dropping down, and we're going to be down as long as we're below $100,000. Also making that $100,000 level very, very important. And volatility is flipped down while we have volatility is contracting while we have momentum flipped down, giving you some bullish opium. Once volatility starts expanding on the 2 weekly with momentum flipped down, that's when things start to get pretty scary. Let's find an example of volatility expansion while momentum flipped down. Nope. Here we go, right there. Volatility started expanding right around this point. We dumped 52% down after that. 52% from here, very, very funny enough, would take us into the 40s. That's some quick maths for you. Very interesting. You see what number that is on the right side?
The 46.
$46,650. It's a good day to be my bias. Weekly is now approaching a third period of 0% volatility. Last time we ever only had 4 consecutive periods of 0% volatility before we got a little bit of a bear trap and then eventually started really pumping to the upside. So right now, it is kind of hopium inducing to see volatility still not fully contracted because the moving average has not gotten to 0 yet, while momentum is pointed down. It'd be a little scary to see this moving average as 0% too while momentum is pointed down and this pivot this high, because then that would make it very likely we're going to get that volatility expansion to the downside. Last time we had weekly volatility expansion to the downside was during the bear market, because that would also give you high probabilities that we're in a bear market. But right now, we are still within the bullish control zone. What I want to see is once this volatility drops and momentum reaches the edge of the bullish control zone, to see what this pivot is at that point. Because if it's still this level, or if it goes up, then you can probably front run that bear market with high probabilities, because then you're likely to get volatility expansion on the weekly to the downside. And that at a minimum brings you to the 21 EMA at around $89,000. Sweeping this previous low, taking all this liquidity, probably goes to the 55 from there eventually, not in a straight line obviously, but eventually to this 55, somewhere around $70,000. And then it'd be pretty hard to say that quarterly bearish divergence is not confirmed. When the quarterly bearish divergence brings you to $46,000. 5 days still has that setup brewing, which the United States setup, which gave us our current all-time highs. Right now, we're sitting at 5.95, 6% on the volatility. Once that starts expanding above 15%, probabilities are 85% they will get a 30 to 35% move in which direction that momentum is at. And right now, momentum is pointing down, right at the edge of the bullish control zone, about to approach the bearish control zone. We're pointed down below $103,950. If we do expand above 15% while this momentum is pointed down, let's apply that 30% to 35% move. Likely happens somewhere after sweeping these lows at $91,000. So let's go to 30% first. 30% brings us to about $63,000. 35% brings us to right around $60,000. Then that 5-day setup will likely play out. $60,000 area probably gives a decent bounce. Maybe this 100 EMA right at the, that lines up with that 2021 cycle high at $69,000. Very high probability of a rejection at this point. Then eventually to the 200. Where is that number at? $45,000. And also, another thing to mention is the only time that this setup has ever played to the downside was during the bear market. Over here.
So if you see expansion on this setup towards the downside, basically we can just call it a day, pack our bags.
You can basically say we're in a bear market, because not only would you have the 5-day expansion, which you've never had since the bear market, you would also have 2-week, monthly, and quarterly bearish divergences.
Oh yeah.
2-day right now is getting close to the edge, right around the bearish control zone. Volatility is starting to contract, just almost start to contract, still above the moving average, hasn't officially contracted yet. For in the next 8 hours, bulls are going to have to close above $97,150 to flip this momentum to the upside. If that does happen, likely go somewhere around that $100,000 area, which I believe is going to mark our next lower high before we end up testing 92s, 93s. Invalidation is getting a daily close over 100,200, and that would invalidate our bearish divergence. On the daily, we are also very, very close to the edge. We're still we're technically pointed down, but we're right at the edge of the bearish control zone. If we can close today in the next 8 hours and 18 minutes over $96,675, like $500 away from $400 or $500 away from that area, momentum will flip to the upside. Maybe we might probably won't get volatility expansion above 15%. We might get one of those fake out volatility expansions, and that would take us towards $100,000. Unless we get a volatility expansion above 15% at that point, likely a lower high. And then if you look on the 4-hour, volatility is just starting to expand above 15%, sitting at about 15.48%. Right now, momentum is within the critical zone, and it's just about to flip back up. In the next 17 minutes, still below the number, but we're below it by like $200. In the next 17 minutes, if the bulls can manage a $200 to $250 pump, closes above $96,450, momentum will flip to the upside on the 4-hour, likely confirming 4-hour hidden bullish divergence, taking us somewhere around this 200 SMA, which is right now about $100,000, $100,200, right? Also the number that we have to close above on the daily to invalidate the bearish divergence. So all of our high time frames on Bitcoin are still bullish. Still does not look like our cycle top has been put in yet. It doesn't tell you that we can't retest our current lows. Actually, that's very likely that we retest somewhere around these current lows. We're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level we ever had on the quarterly, momentum entering the critical zone for the first time ever, as long as price is above $60,600. And on the HPDR, as long as we're above our previous candles open around 93,400, 93,500, high probability of testing the median somewhere around $98,000. But what's more high probable is that we're probably going to retest that 5 EMA somewhere around 92s before we end up getting that enough volatility and momentum to push us towards new all-time highs. We're getting possible bearish divergence sitting on the monthly, the quarterly, and the 2-week, which, if confirmed with a close below 89,224, that would basically tell you that the bear market is in, and whatever bounce we should get is something that you should probably put your life savings to shorting. Maybe not at super high leverage, but at a pretty low leverage. And then you can just add on every single bounce, because if you were to compare it to the 2021 bear market, every single bounce if you shorted, it never really broke the bearish structure, and then we ended up dumping after that bounce like another 40 to 50% every single time. You could make some life-changing money to the downside while everybody's getting poor.
Oh yeah.
And now we're flipping down on momentum on our 2-week, while volatility contracts. We're flipping down on basically every single time frame except for the daily and below. The daily is and the 4-hour starting to get very close to flipping back up, which if they do flip back up tells me we're probably going to hit somewhere around $100,000. Unless we close the daily over 100,200, it's likely to make a lower high there, come back down to retest that 100 EMA sitting around 93,000 to 92,500. Mark our next lower high, also putting in hidden bullish divergences on the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, and possibly the weekly as well. That would take us towards $112,000, maybe a correction towards 109, and then from there, the 5-day setup will take us to 130s to 140s.
Nice.
Very nice, senor. Thank you. I'm glad to see all of your bias.
I have to clean this bias off of my screen.
Yeah, no, that was good. I mean, Bitcoin to me is still looking concerning. I mean, I've been pretty bearish for a while now. It's been pretty boring though. I mean, I will say the economy's been short from 100,000 for over a week now, and it's just a waiting game. But while things are boring, we are seeing development that are telling me that, you know, just like Farhan mentioned, we're probably going to see a big move. And I'm still in the camp that move's going to be down. So starting this analysis, we want to look at Tether dominance because I'm noticing a lot of people aren't really looking at this on crypto Twitter. This has been guiding my bias, honestly, for why I do believe that this 5-day on Bitcoin is going to fire off to the downside. We see that into this new week, we were waiting to see, okay, two things. We wanted the weekly median to flip down, which we got. We can see here, price ever so slightly did try to close above it, and then the median shifted heavily down. But we also wanted to see the weekly volatility confirm the expansion into this week, which we got, meaning I wanted to actually see this BBWP break above 15% and then close the weekly above 15%, which we got. This then would then mark my bias onto at least seeing a major move this week. I mean, we see on Tether dominance, it's primed, it's ready. We broke out from the channel. We've been retesting this. We're now in the 3rd week where we've reclaimed it. The median has shifted down, and we see that that EMA 9 has now come up all the way right around where support should be at the top of this channel. Not only the weekly though, but now if we shift gears and look at the 5-day, this really is what started to mold my bias to bear, which was we had a 5-day volatility setup. Granted, yes, it was not as big as we have, you know, the one on Bitcoin, meaning that it's not at 0 volatility, but it's still nevertheless a 5-day setup with a weekly volatility setup brewing. I understand that if the 5-day starts to fire off, this could bleed into the weekly, which is exactly what we're seeing now. We see here that the weekly is still nicely above the EMA 9 and even the median, and we're still basing off this channel. You can see though that the EMA 34 has been steadily holding us down, and that has been the caveat of this Tether dominance analysis I've been giving, which is really want to start seeing that 4.56. Now it's at 4.58% get reclaimed on a 5-day. But what you'll notice here, which is interesting to me, is you're getting volatility expansion. We're now in bullish posturing, while also the 38.2% on the 5-day is right here, telling me that we are literally creeping on a big breakout on Tether dominance. We go to the daily. We would still see, though, that the daily still has a silver cross to the upside. Yes, there's been lots of chop around this zone on the daily, which has been really why I've been mainly sticking to the weekly and the 5-day. But nevertheless, we identified this silver cross on the daily the moment it happened. This was guiding my bias on the fact that we just want consolidation here. And we can see, yes, with consolidation gives us a lot of chop. And we see it just like with the silver cross. You lose the EMA 9, you often go to the 21. You'd expect that to hold, which it has held. And we see now today, right into yesterday, I mean, we reclaimed the daily 9. We're now going to see if today we close above the daily 9, hold that as support, so that way into tomorrow we get expansion, meaning that's the 3rd close above the daily 9 again. Ideally, that'll also mean we're now back above the median, giving us the next probable target right at that 38.2% at 4.67%. Why that's important, though, is because also, just like on the 5-day and the weekly, you're now getting a nice freshly reset volatility setup here on the daily with a daily silver cross to the upside. And why would it be important for Tether dominance on the daily to break and go back above 4.6%? Well, if we shift gears and go to the 5-day again, you would see breaking back above the 4.6% would mean that the 5-day is confirming a breakout with volatility, telling us, yeah, this is just beginning. That's important because on the 5-day with Tether dominance, big moves occur once we break that 5-day 38.2%. Last occurrence was here to the downside, where we saw here on the 5-day, we had volatility expansion from not even as low as we got now. And from that, we see the median shifted up. We lost the 38.2%. That equated to essentially a almost 30% move on Tether dominance. Now, I don't find it a coincidence that the setup we have on Bitcoin is a 30 to 35% move. That's interesting to me because we see the last occurrence was right around that 30%. As it stands now, we still are at, we still have a greater chance, in my opinion, of going and breaking out here. The hopium now is that we're actually going to reject literally where we're at now on Tether dominance, fulfilling the bull trap scenario that Farin has talked about. But on the flip side, it's kind of sad to say because, you know, Capo as well, dear friend Capo, thinks we're going to get a bull trap as well. I don't need to say much on that. If you know, you know. So it's not really looking the best, though. I mean, I will say
another piece of bearish point is that there's an ascending triangle on the 5-day on Tether dominance, which has a target right around that 61.8% on your 5-day. If you zoom out a little bit, you can see it kind of on the weekly.
Oh, the weekly.
Right there. If you were to draw a horizontal line from that high close to the left side and then take a target from there, takes you right up to around 5.1 to 5.2%.
Interesting. That 5 point something percent is important because, you know, we essentially see, where was it? I believe it was on the 2-week. Let me just go to that. No, was it the weekly? And this is my EMA. No, my
61.8% on the weekly.
Yeah, my EMA 100 is off. Why that's important is because we see that EMA 100 on the weekly is right at 5.32%. It's going to be very important because if we end up getting back above that weekly EMA 100, that's huge. I mean, let's look at the reactions last time that occurred. Well, we see here price was held down for multiple weeks. We basically hit support, immediately got back above the weekly EMA 100, and then from that point, we sparked a major move up. Here, this ended up being almost a trap, but still, from the reclaim of that weekly EMA 100, which was from this wick or candle, and then we took it from the wick low here, right, because we didn't get the full retest, that still gave us a 61% move up. Anytime we end up losing that weekly EMA 100, you either get lots of chop, which is the hopium, or you get actual expansion down. So, you know, us seeing that weekly EMA 100 is right at 5.3%, don't find it a coincidence that it's right around this major zone here. That's going to be a major zone for Tether dominance. Why, though, that we have to be very, you know, cautious at this just being the beginning is the fact that this weekly is telling us this is just the beginning, guys. And yes, the fact that we have this channel break out, we're retesting it, and we're holding that weekly 9. I mean, this is telling me, yeah, this is still looking very bullish to me, which is a very big concern if you're a Bitcoin bull, because even on the daily here, what do you have? Well, you don't have Tether dominance breaking down. You have a perfect silver cross retest of the 21. We're now perfectly back above the daily 9. If we now, let's say, start closing dailies back under 4.4%, okay, then bulls could start pumping us up here. But as long as we're flipping these highs into support and basing off of it with now volatility reset even on the daily, you're really going to run the risk of this firing off because the weekly and the 5-day are firing off, which is not good. The hopium for the bulls would have been that the weekly median didn't get reclaimed. We would have seen this weekly act as a bull trap, meaning that we would have seen the expansion and then it would have started resetting this week, causing Tether dominance to actually get a dump. That has not occurred, though, and it even held the posturing of above 15% into this week. Now you see into this week, we've perfectly retested the channel. Now, remember, this is a meme channel, but what I'm eyeing here is mainly that EMA 9, but some people like the EMA 5. And we can see we've already basically tapped that EMA 5, telling me, yeah, we're good to go. This is ready to go at least to 4.69%, if not all the way back closer to that 38.2%. And if we start breaking this with the 5-day still expanding, and it's been in this posturing for a while, yeah, I mean, then that could be what's really causes Tether dominance to at very minimum go, to 4.79, but I don't think it's going to stop there. I think we're going to actually go to that over 5%, which from this point, if we go and let's just say we go to the 5.26%, that's still a 14.8% move. At that point, you really have to wonder if Bitcoin is breaking down from that. So that's Tether dominance. Not a lot of people are talking about it. It's still looking very bullish to me, though. And this is just how it is. I mean, we talked about we wanted the 3.79%, yeah, to break. It never did. Perfectly held. That's trading. And then we talked about the 4% acting maybe in this range here. That also got reclaimed. We got expansion. We broke the overall trend on the daily back up. This is now looking like another higher low, perfectly on the silver cross retest, but also on the daily EMA 100. While we're now getting a nice daily volatility setup, let me check the weekly here. Weekly is now back in an uptrend as well. Again, looking like another weekly higher low on that EMA 5 on the weekly. Not good. Now let's go to Bitcoin. And yeah, Bitcoin's been very boring. I mean, I've been short for a while now. I mean, it's been like over a week. I've just been short and hard. And it's boring being short and hard all the time. But luckily, I've been sick. I've been sleeping. And through that waiting, it's often very boring, but it's often the most important time for a trader. As long as that 5-day is statistically pointed down, my opinion on this firing off to the downside is correct. I'll be heavily wrong on that once that 5-day, and it'll start with the 2-day shifting. And that's why us simply keep rejecting around that 98K is going to be super crucial for bears. But you would have already been aware of that. We go and try and throw on CME here. You would have seen, okay, that weekly 9 is very important for Bitcoin. I've talked about this a lot. We see the reactions from the weekly 9, but now we've lost it. And this would be the 3rd week we're under it now. We see we lost it into the beginning of February. We rallied up. We did not reclaim it. And now this is the 3rd week where we're basically under it again. On CME, that's at $97,639. That's right around where the 2-day pivot is to flip up, which I believe, Farn, you can correct me, it was right around 98.2, I think, 98.1. It's going to be important.
You're right. It's on which one?
The 2-day pivot. I think it was 98,000, he said. If we get back above 98,000.
Let me check one sec. It is currently at 97,120.
So we're below now. We're 95,675. I mean, you're on CME, but we're live taking a shit right now. Solana is at 180.
CME, it's actually the Hopium because it's a premium. But the point I'm trying to bring is we're in an extremely tight range right now. So I don't see, and just respectfully saying this, the argument of us going back up to 100K, as long as now that weekly 9 has proven to us that it is resistance and it is strong support. So often when you have strong support, this needs to be gauged at as strong resistance. This is CME though, right? Because what we were looking at in the last week was, well, Binance chart lost its weekly 9. CME really did not. Well, no, it did actually. Yeah, it did. But I think it was the index did not. Yeah, and you can see that here. But now it did. So we've lost the weekly 9 on all exchanges that we look at. Again, just kind of tying into our bias that yes, it's slow, but bears are gaining momentum here. They really are. While everyone's kind of saying, bears they have no legs to stand on. We're in a raging bull market. They're stupid. They're tough, blah, blah, blah. I've just been reading that all this week. And I'm just sitting there like, that's interesting because, Bitcoin is looking very bearish to me. I mean, even if we look at it just visually, right? Visually, it doesn't look too bullish either. I mean, if we start looking, what do we have? Okay, cool. We have a range. We understand that. This is looking almost like a double top, though, with a nice little liquidity grab here, which we're just totally going to ignore. That's perfectly fine. But we also know Bitcoin likes to do this. It likes to make a high, get everyone bearish, sweep that high, make some kind of swing failure pattern before nuking. The only difference between here is just this gap right here. it just happened a lot quicker potentially this cycle, where we went up, we made the high, we nuked, we came up, we took out all the liquidity, and now we're back down. That to me is looking like a double top, whereas this is like a big range. You could argue this was looking almost like a double top. But I mean, the difference here was just the fact that the weekly 9 was still holding right in this zone here. It's not until you start losing that weekly 9 where you really start to get that move down. So, you know, me saying this isn't just tried and true that the top is in, but I have been very cautious of that scenario. And Bitcoin is still looking very bad to me. So we're now in a very tight range. I do expect 98,000 to be resistance, and I'll show why really fast, but 1 second. So 98,000 is going to be important. You can see, just like Farhan mentioned, we have a major cluster here. You have the median, the 21, the 34, the 55, the 9 even, and you can see how weak the markets are because we simply rallied up to the daily 9 and rejected. Could not even get back up above that daily 9. It's not a good sign to me. So now what we see is we're on the I can't talk, the precipice, I guess, or the start of the yeah, thank you, of potentially breaking down here on the daily today. Be very aware of that. I mean, if Bitcoin starts closing dailies under 95K, yeah, it's going to greatly increase the chance of us going and testing that daily EMA 100. Very simple. You're going to want to see that daily EMA 100 hold, though, because just like Farhan mentioned, if you start losing this daily EMA 100, the hopium of this being a higher low is going to quickly diminish for bulls. And then this wick that you saw is going to act nothing more like a major trap for all of those longs that were super horny, talking about this divergence, talking about the higher low. As soon as we break this low, we're probably going to capitulate, just in my opinion. And it makes sense, especially when you start going and you start seeing, okay, what is the 5 hour telling us? 5 hours giving us a setup. Interesting. What about the 6 hour? 6 hours giving us a setup with expanding and breaking down. Interesting. What about the 8 hour? Oh, that's also giving us a setup. Interesting. 10 hour, also a setup. And then even the 12 hour is giving us a setup, meaning that we're getting a setup on an hourly all the way up from a daily. And I haven't seen that in a while. It's going to be a big move. I mean, if you start really breaking 91,000, which will start if we start really taking out that 95.5, yeah, that'll just potentially definitely give us the move to 93.8. But you'll know that we're going to actually really start breaking down if we start flipping that daily EMA 100 into resistance. So that can be kind of your gauge. If you're short from the 100K, good. There was a lot of chop. It's not easy, but once we get to the 93,000 zone or that daily EMA 100, you're going to want to watch very closely. If we're actually going to break down, you're going to see this essentially shoot past. We're going to see it like that. And then we could just range here. We could get the daily close. That could close us under that EMA 100. And then into the open, we could rally up. You're going to want to start seeing a harsh rejection to a breakdown. If you start flirting around here, reclaiming this on the next daily, yeah, that's going to be a sign that I am not going to like. Why? Because often when you don't expand and you don't break away from that daily EMA 100, but rather chop around it, this acts like a bear trap. And I'll show it, because if you don't fully break down from it like you should, well, what are you doing here? You're baiting bears. Yep. And then what does that do? Well, that gives us the big move up. So I would literally want to start seeing a capitulation down. We go to 91s. We get a bounce there. I'm not going to be surprised. That bounce will definitely shake out bears. Why? Well, because it's going to be a 3% bounce. So you're going to be up 30% and then back to red. But the idea would be we're going to retest this and then get a very harsh rejection from that point, and this will be the actual move. While every short starts closing because they're range trading this, and a range gets, when you're in a range like this, you get very complacent to the idea of what price action has been doing for weeks on weeks on weeks, which is, right, we go down, we go up, we go down, we go up, we go down, we go up, we go down, we go up. This is engineering traders or new people to get accustomed to quick games, right? Up and down, up and down. And that's fun, but you're just basically taking pennies when you could be making dollars. Often when you're range trading here, the easier move is getting a bias that's in sync with statistics, which in this case is right now to the downside. Getting long and then just waiting. As you just waited, instead of trading up and down and getting chopped out, boom, you print. So Now we're just short here. We're waiting. We want to just see the reaction around here, because this really could dictate if this is a major trap or if this is going to be what sparks a major move down, filling this major inefficiency, taking us down to that $73,700 level, which is as shown here as a major gap on CME. Been talking about this gap for a while since it formed, and we talked about this. The gaps don't need to be immediately filled, but they do often get filled. Not always, but they often do, especially when they correspond nicely with the previous breakout zone. So, for me, I'm still in a worst case scenario that we're going to get, a move down to 73s. But of course, we're going to see bounces before that. And that's going to be right wherever that monthly 9 is, which ties in nicely with Farn's bias, right around that $82,000 to $85,000 region. 85,000, I believe, is wherever that monthly median is. Let me go to it. Nope, never mind. It's just all right around 82,000. So the hopium could be maybe you right there, get the move there. But yeah, that's just hopium, because the fact that the two week also has lost the median, and look how strongly and long we were above that 2 week median. I mean, it was for 2, 4, 6, 8. So this is the 9th week, but we were above it for 8 weeks. That's 2 months. That's interesting, because what we see now is we've lost this median on the weekly. It's flipped all the way up, even honestly above this last high, which is bearish to me. And we see here that 2 week EMA 9 is right at 93,000, basically 94,200. So again, tying in why we want to see a bounce at 93,000, ties into Farn's analysis, ties into mine. But why I'm not really going to be convinced yet, just blindly trading that, is, well, we see that the 2 week has lost the EMA 5. And that really hasn't been lost in a minute. And this is I often look at the 2 week as kind of like the pre-stages of the monthly, right? So the monthly is still looking okay, but the 2 week is not really looking the best. And we know we had that nice setup here, but now we're contracting, which means that the opposite move of volatility expanding is going to occur, which was us going up, right? So if the opposite's going to occur, this contracting is telling me that, yeah, this is going to come down. You're going to want to see that monthly 9 hold, because if it doesn't hold, let me see what we're going to work with, actually. Yeah, I mean, boom, take you right around that $82,000 level. Well, Alex, the 38.2% at 89,000. Yeah, it's true. But I mean, too many things would tell me if we got to this point, we're breaking down. So it's like 93,000 better hold. If we end up going back to that 91K or these lows, yeah, I mean, you can try to long the 88, 89Ks for hopium that it's going to turn into some like swing failure pattern, major bear trap to all-time highs. But I'm going to be looking at that as just a looming breakdown. And this 2 week, once it closes under 89,000, yeah, we're going to aggressively dump to 81,000. And that's going to hit the monthly 9, which would make sense, assuming that this 2 week's already in the process of breaking down. And if we hit the monthly 9 at 82s, we want to start looking at that as major support, because even though I'm majorly bearish here, we still are in a monthly uptrend. So you ideally want this higher low to come right around wherever the zone is. And that could come closer to, oh, that's the 2 month. That's why it does make sense. That could come closer to the monthly 9, or it could come literally to this rejection high here, which would be at the breakout point. We'd back test it, throw it back, flip this into support, probably consolidate here, honestly, for a few months, and then get the move out. That's kind of what I'm seeing, but we'll see. I mean, we'll have to see when we get there. But yeah, I mean, not looking good. That's just what I'm trying to point out here. It's just not looking good. And lastly, I'll point out that the daily is very close to silver crossing to the downside on Bitcoin. I've been watching that closely. If we go and look here, yeah, we're very, very close to a silver cross to the downside here. Well, it actually could occur within the next 2 days, meaning maybe we break down, we come down, pushing this 21 more down, causing that to cross. Parn's better at timing these, though. I'm just guessing. But it looks to me like maybe 2 to 3 days, this could confirm it. And if that does confirm, I mean, when was the last silver cross to the downside we had?
Yeah, this highly likely confirms either today or tomorrow.
Perfect. So yeah, maybe even today then. You can see here, the last silver cross we had was actually here, which from cross, I'll just take it from this point, boom. Yeah, I mean, that was a 21% move down. And then uncross, nice. This is another cross here. Let's see here, cross, boom, reject, retest. And then from here, that gave us a 17% move down. Interesting. Failed cross. Okay. Not going to count that. And that was it. So you actually only had 2 silver crosses this whole bull market. Let me just make sure that's right. You had one. You had a failed one here. Yeah, failed one. So 1, 2, and that's it. So through the third time could be a charm. There's a power of 3s in markets. It's interesting to see. This could be the third one, which is also funny considering that we are on the cusp of essentially going bear here. And like, what do we have right now? Well, we had Trump being the crypto president. He finally got inaugurated. That's immediately when markets started to chop. People get complacent. Meme coins start to launch. That destroys retail. That makes them all poor. And then they flood into Bitcoin. Bitcoin starts going down. That just smells like capitulation scenario to me, where people are just done with crypto. But on the flip side, you're also seeing what I was kind of mentioning with Alejandro last stream when I was on. What was a front runner? And now it's breaking down before everything else. Solana, not a good sign here. Now, we're now, at some local support here, but the fact that Solana is breaking down at 4.39%, Bitcoin's not breaking down. Yeah.
Hang on. Stay there. Last time, and this is obviously could be not related or anything, but last time Solana went and did all-time highs. Once it crossed 179 to the downside, that was the end. And we went to 295, which is higher, and we're at 180.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very easy short to me.
I'm interested to see if there's bearish divergence in Solana.
We're going to look at Solana in a second.
Yeah, I'm sure. Reclaim SFP, bearish retest, breakdown. Very simple to the book. But now you see this is starting to expand while we're breaking down. So if that 170s doesn't hold, yikes, we're probably going to see my target at 140 that I talked about last week. But why am I even talking about Sol? Well, it's in the midst of breaking down. We have Bitcoin doing nothing, and we have what? Ethereum pumping. That's not bullish to me. That's all I'm going to say. When ETH is not pumping by itself, it can be bullish, of course. It has sometimes, but more than not, whenever you see ETH showing relative strength, it usually marks a major dump on Bitcoin. I don't know why. But that's just what I've noticed. And it's just similar to LTC pumping. Whenever you start seeing Litecoin pump and actually move randomly outside of everything else, right? Not ever.
Oh, you called it. Yeah.
It's not ever a good sign. I almost did. Unfortunately, it took our stop, sadly, but that's trading alts for you. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just not a good sign. So I'm, as it stands, still very bearish on Bitcoin. I'm actually max bearish on Bitcoin, and hopefully I don't eat my words. When I've been max bearish before, the stars aligned for me like I'm showing. It makes sense, but then, this market is very irrational, and it can just say, fuck you, and put in a 10% candles instantly. But as it stands now, statistically, we are going to break down, and it's all looking primed for a major collapse on Bitcoin. And the Academy is still max short at 100K, and I'm still short, and I'm just waiting. And that's why I haven't really been giving many trades out, haven't been doing much, because in this period, it's just better to wait and see. But that is what we're doing now. We're just waiting and seeing and slowly seeing the things kind of get into bear territory. Let's see real fast how Bitcoin dominance is doing, still putting in potentially at a higher low, while everyone's getting bullish on alt again, talking about this possibly local ace top. There's bearish divergence. If you don't mark this as, the high, but on more of a closing basis, it's interesting to see. But this to me just still looks like it's putting in a higher low, something we talked about, because we know that the trend has shifted. Yes, this was a nasty candle, granted, but I take my things on wicks, and this broke the trend. So I'm still going to be gauging this as a higher low in the making, but we'll know this is wrong if we start specifically losing. Let me go back to the weekly here. We'll know this is wrong if you start losing essentially that weekly 9, just really simply. But till then, this is still looking like it's going to be a higher low. Dixie to me is.
Then Cowan is coming all over your screen right now. The Bitcoin dominance.
It needs to go higher. It needs to go higher.
It's Ethereum's coming home
higher, guys. Sorry.
Scott Melker here. Hey guys, what's going on? Did you guys see that I'm getting another sponsorship with F1, getting paid with Aston Martin, USDC, and some shit like that? All right, bye.
Thanks, Scott. Sorry, guys.
Hey, he'll say anything to get those free tickets.
That's funny.
I would too.
Also, his wife is very pretty. I hate bringing this up, but his last name is Milker, which can go with Milker, and then lots of things, lots of play, play. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, so Dixie as well, though. I mean, I'm bearish on Bitcoin, but let's also see here if there's balance in the force. We finally got our pullback scenario on Dixie. We talked about that 107 region being a very important zone for Dixie to hold. It did not, and it formed some kind of downtrend structure here. We finally got the breakdown, and I do believe now we need to be paying attention here, because we're now just retesting or testing at least this EMA 100 on the daily. And if you watch me, you know that's a major point for any chart, but specifically Forex, because the boomers love the moving averages. They're going to defend this with their lives. If this starts not holding, we're going to dump a lot more. But as long as this holds, I need to just be looking at this as a retest of the daily EMA 100, major support, but also possibly a weekly. Well, no, let me go to the monthly. It'll fit my bias better. Possibly a monthly higher low somewhere around here. That's kind of what we're gauging is, yes, the lower time frames can be in a downtrend, but I don't care about that. I want the macro trend, which right now is looking like it's shifting into an uptrend. And so we should be gauging, where is this next higher low going to come? And that's where we use the lower time frames, like that daily EMA 100, in confluence to like what? The monthly EMA 5. And you can see we've hit it. So, I'm looking now at this as either maybe we come a little more down, but that would also mean that we can't lose this daily EMA 100 on any closing basis. So with that said, this is looking like it's grinding out a bottom to me. Our Euro short actually got filled on the Academy, I believe. Don't do this to me. Let's see. It missed by so little. But this is why, if anyone's in the Academy, you guys got to watch too, because, yeah, that's a bummer. Oh, well. We still could hit, though. But my idea is that we're going to hit the 38.2%, and into this monthly, we're going to come down. Close under this channel, giving us that retest, and into March, we're going to break down. So, yeah, we'll see. But, I mean, remember, if Dixie's bullish now, well, what could that mean potentially for our corn? Well, that could mean that even if Dixie gets a bounce up to, let's just say, the daily 9, not the 5, the daily 9, which is right there. Yeah, I mean, that still could mean that Bitcoin's going to come down. So, there is caution in the markets. And I have been cautious. I mean, the fact that we lost that daily SMA 200, which I know it got reclaimed, but the fact that we even lost it here was odd to me. So, I'm bringing up NVIDIA. I know that it's a higher beta risk asset to the stock market and things like we look at. So I was just, after this whole scenario, it just really started to make me concerned. So I'm still going to be on the camp that Bitcoin's just in the process of breaking down. There's a lot of chop, though, today. Lots of chop. Lots of chop.
NVIDIA, to your point, NVIDIA keeps making lower highs and lower lows.
Let's see that.
Like whether he fucking took that back or not, and he's doing and it's been for a while.
You're right. And it's looking like it's putting in a bearish retest here. I mean, right? We SFP,
100%.
We frick up shorts, they get horny, longs do, we put in a retest, and boom, that's the lower high. So yeah, I mean, this is always a cause of concern, though, even if it got reclaimed, because it just shows that there's weakness in the market now. And this is why we need price to prove to us, no, we're good. We're in a bull market. But the fact that we started to lose that was just like kind of icky to me. So, and look at that. You haven't lost it or even touched it since 2023. So, yeah, I mean, that's why I do think being cautious here is wise, just in my opinion. I'll don't want to gladly be right, wrong, but I'll say I was wrong here, just like I did with Bitcoin dominance. If I am wrong on this short idea, but I do think we're just in the midst of breaking down here. And it's going to be slow. It's going to have a lot of chop because no one is going to win here. Everyone's going to get either stopped out, chopped out, or they're going to flip their buys. And that's why the pivots are so key to me, because this is why I talked about me wanting to buy that indicator. Because when you're in a time like this where you're just doing nothing, it's very, very convenient to at least have a statistical edge on if you're right or not based on the higher time frames, while also getting a volatility set up while everyone's talking about, oh yeah, this chop could occur for maybe 2 more months, or yeah, Bitcoin is just doing nothing, or we're about to break out to 120K. This then can unveil the shit, and you can be like, well, no, we're actually going to put in some kind of move here soon. I mean, that's evident with the at 1 hour all the way up to a daily putting in a volatility setup. With the weekly losing the EMA9 now, the volatility setup on Tether dominance confirming the weekly setup is expanding with the 5-day, with the 2-week losing the median. I mean, I can just keep going on with Dixie now hitting our support zone. So GG bulls. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm still short and hard, so we'll see.
All right, that's fantastic. Thank you very much, senor. We got right after. We have sorry, Planet Fitness and then Rivian.
Sir, I think stocks are closed.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Did we look at it last time?
Yeah.
I think we looked at both on Friday.
Yeah, let's focus on crypto right now because it's on and you're not gonna miss anything on that. So after that, we got damn it. Hang on. Solana and XRP. And the rest is fucking stock, so we might have to.
I'll be garlic bread.
Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
Sir. Salami is fucking taking a massive shit. And I'll also say the buying the dippers have been coming out, and they've come out for months and they've always gotten it. When that happens too, that's another extra at a top, right? Like along with all the like, come on, at the top, the funniest things happen. And it's the Trump ringing the bell, Trump releasing his meme coin, Argentina's president releasing his meme. What else do you want? Are you guys not entertained? Ok. Vamos a ver Bitcoin y todo lo que está pasando en el mundo de cripto en este momento, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en una tabla semanal. Ya saben que me fascina también poder demostrarles, ahora sí que no demostrarles, pero poder ver estos rangos tan fáciles de entender, dónde estamos chopeando, dónde acaba la fiesta, dónde continúa la fiesta, dónde estás en medio de la fiesta y qué es lo que puede pasar poco a poco. Lo que primero que queremos saber es, 1, momentum en Bitcoin en esta gráfica trimestral. Esta es la primera vez, y esto es un indicador que yo no tengo, es la primera vez que estamos viendo momentum caer. Cuando tienes momentum cayendo en la trimestral, tal cual como lo estás viendo, normalmente marca fin de ciclo, al igual que hemos discutido en dónde se encuentra nuestro promedio del 5, en justamente $77,000, que es donde está nuestro gran gap potente y poderoso. Y como pueden ver, le gusta retestear ese promedio del 5. Los 77 tienen cara de que muy probablemente los vayamos a ver. Déjenme elimino mi promedio del 5, que no lo voy a volver a usar en ninguna otra temporalidad. Por lo mientras, pero también tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida. Por acá es donde nos pone la primera llamada en esta tabla, porque hemos obviamente creado altos más altos, bajos más altos, y también estamos por encima de nuestro promedio, el 9, el 5, el 21 y el 34, que es el 5, ¿no? Que eso, el blanco, que eso nos dice estructura alcista. El problema de esta tabla, por ejemplo, falta 1 mes y 15 días para cerrar. En 1 mes y 15 días puedes tener a Bitcoin en 58,000 y no te dio tiempo para hacer absolutamente nada antes de que cerrara esta vela y te dieras cuenta que esto ya se cocinó. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual, en la mensual lo que tenemos es nuestro promedio del 9 subiendo a los 82,000, nuestro promedio del 5 ya en los 90,000, 90,760, que es bastante importante de tener en mente. También tienes tu, ¿qué está pasando? Ok, volatilidad contrayendo una vez más en tu tabla mensual y puedes ver que literalmente probablemente vaya a rebotar por acá. Estamos adelantándonos, obviamente todavía no tenemos eso. Te has creado altos más altos en toda esta tabla y bajos más altos. Esto se ve alcista, pero cuando nos ponemos a ver los bitcoins, podemos ver que tuvimos estos dos rechazos de la parte alta del 38.2%. Nuestra media está en 91,856, lo que nos da más probabilidad de ir a retestear esta media en 91,856. De no aguantar la media, nuestro siguiente objetivo serían los 82,233, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 9, justamente acá. Y de no aguantar eso, la parte baja de la zona azul, que son 68,247. De nuevo, volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada. Vamos a ir rápidamente a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, y aquí es donde empieza a ser bastante preocupante la cosa, porque venimos de haber podido aguantar todo este tiempo hasta por encima de la zona azul, estando en el 61.8%, pero ahora no solamente caímos a la zona azul, caímos y nos rechazó la media, lo pueden ver ahí perfectamente. La media nos rechazó esta vela de hace, la última vela de hace 2 semanas que cerró hace básicamente un día. Y este rechazo nos está mandando a la parte baja de la zona azul, que es lo primero que vamos a retestear. Tenemos dos probabilidades acá. Obviamente ir a buscar altos históricos en la media o ir a buscar la parte baja del canal. Pero simplemente viendo momentum apuntando para abajo en todas estas temporalidades tan altas nos sugiere que muy probablemente vayamos a retestear el 9 y la parte baja de la zona azul en los 92,700 a 92,600 dólares. Eso obviamente todavía no nos rompe esta estructura alcista, pero nos empieza a dar la primera idea de que se puede romper. ¿Por qué? Porque acuérdate que tu pivot de momentum en la mensual está en los 92,700. De perder esta zona azul, básicamente estás llegando al 100 de 100 veces que ha pasado, donde se da una divergencia bajista en la mensual. Esa divergencia bajista en la mensual señala final de ciclo. Y también el momentum apuntando a la parte, momentum apuntando para abajo en la trimestral, ¿ok? Vámonos a la semanal, que es donde empieza a pintar por acá y pueden ver, saben ustedes, estos eran los setups de Hamas que nosotros habíamos llamado antes, ahora son los setups de Estados Unidos y se está dando otro. Estos son 1, 2, 3 periodos de de semanas, 1, 2, 3 semanas básicamente, de volatilidad nula y pueden ver que está en 0.040%. Una vez que la volatilidad explote por encima del 15%, nos va a dar probablemente una mejor idea de qué es lo que está pasando, porque si se llega a expandir por encima del 15% en lo que estamos cayendo, eso va a ser pésimo, va a ser el primer setup de Estados Unidos, que no vaya a ser un setup de Estados Unidos y va a ser un setup de los láseres espaciales que usan. Así que eso sería a la baja, porque vienen de arriba para abajo. Otra cosa que vale la pena ver en la semanal es, estás en tu rango, pero al mismo tiempo puedes ver que veníamos muy por encima de la media. Perdimos la media hace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 semanas. Esos son 2 meses. Y perder la media en todo este tiempo nos ha rechazado constantemente. Esto quiere decir que muy probablemente nos da más preferencia ir a buscar el 38.2%. De no aguantar la parte baja de la zona azul, vamos a ir justamente donde está nuestro promedio del 21, donde también tenemos esta línea meme, en los 89,654. De no aguantar esta zona, esto sería la primera señal de que, porque te llevarías este bajo de acá, esta sería tu primera señal de que este pato ya se cocinó y está listo para ser servido. También en la de 5 días tenemos periodos de nula volatilidad, con volatilidad intentando expandir por encima del promedio, todavía no lo está haciendo. Y en esto podemos también ver en la de 5 días cómo perdimos la media justamente acá. Hemos estado siendo rechazados desde entonces, también que perdimos la media y el promedio del 9. Hemos sido rechazados 1, 2 y una tercera vez con el promedio del 9 en esta de 5 días. Faltan 2 horas y 8 horas. 2 días y 8 horas para cerrar esta vela, entrando en la zona del 38.2%. Siguiente objetivo, va a ser el promedio del 21 en 93,700 y la parte baja de la zona esmeralda el 50% en 92,278. De no aguantar, muy probablemente vas a visitar este 34 que ya está por debajo de nuestra línea meme en los 88, en los 87,959. Dos días, y aquí es donde podemos empezar a ver más de cerca cómo se está cayendo todo. Tienes un cruce donde el promedio del 9 baja está por debajo del 21. No nada más eso, ya perdiste la zona azul por completo y te está rechazando. Y ahora estás cayendo en la zona verde al 61,8%, donde el siguiente nivel que te podría parar, lo que te da más probabilidad es el 92,908. Pueden ver cómo esos números se siguen, repite y repite y repite y repite y repite una y otra vez, lo que le da más probabilidad a que vayamos a ver esa confluencia de números ser tocada por el precio. Eso lo estás viendo en la de 2 días. En cuanto a volatilidad se refiere, en la de 2 días tienes expansión de volatilidad, pero del lado nada que, ahora sí que lo que has estado viendo con el precio. Diaria. Aquí es donde se pone interesante la cosa. Tienes periodos de nula volatilidad también. La volatilidad está a 0.04% con el promedio ya en 1.51%, lo que lo hace fácil de comenzar. 4 periodos, 4 días de cero volatilidad en Bitcoin. Y más allá de eso, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Se está calentando la cosa. Rechazo el promedio del 9, toda esta zona hasta acá. Esta zona, pueden ver el rechazo del promedio del 9 desde acá hasta acá, hasta acá, hasta acá. Lo intentamos pasar acá. Esto fue un SFP y ahora estamos cayendo a la parte baja de la zona azul. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 95,404. Siguiente objetivo va a ser nuestro EMA 100 en los 93,812. 93,812 es a cuidar. Ahora, pueden ver que no hay volatilidad, es volatilidad nula. Preparando un movimiento potente es lo que está haciendo Bitcoin. Hemos estado platicando y hemos dicho en clase, porque por cierto este jueves tenemos clase, cuando estamos rangueando acá es de las cosas más fáciles de hacer en el planeta. Compras long, vendes long, compras short, ¿no? Es básicamente eso. Y es así de fácil. La parte media del canal es esto. Una vez que puedes romper los 99,119 a la alza, alcista. Una vez que estás por debajo de, es bajista. Y no tan bajista como de esto se va a acabar, pero por ahora lo que hemos estado viendo es esta gran consolidación de precio con todos los promedios por encima y rechazos. Y la siguiente parada es nuestro promedio del 100, que ya lo venimos a retestear una vez desde octubre del año pasado. Y esto nos va a abrir la puerta a retestearlo más, caer a esta zona. ¿Dónde sabes que Bitcoin se cocinó? Una vez que nos llevemos este mínimo que está justamente en la línea meme en 89,059. Si llegas a perder este mínimo, muy probablemente 77, 80 vayan a ser tus próximos objetivos. Si puedes, por alguna razón, pasar los 99,119, vas a tener otro ride a la alza, pero momentum apuntando para abajo, viendo las divergencias bajistas que se están dando en todas las temporalidades y además juntándolo con lo que hemos estado viendo justamente acá, con la dominancia de Tether, ¿no? Que recuerden, esto es un inverso a lo que vemos en, ¿cómo se llama? Esto es un inverso a lo que vemos en Bitcoin. Si esto sube, Bitcoin baja. Y lo mismo con todos los criptoactivos, como la moneda de Milei, la moneda de Trump. Perdón. Tienes este cruce plateado a la alza, en lo que estás viendo cómo estamos creando mínimos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. Hemos superado el promedio del 100, lo venimos a retestar, apoyarnos y empujarnos a la alza. Siguiente objetivo es sencillo, tu 4.87%, que es tu SMI 200 acá. Y eso ¿qué nos dice si lo estamos viendo en la diaria? Que muy probablemente vayamos a tocar esto y eso de más continuación a la caída que estamos viendo en Bitcoin. De esto, no poder parar y crear un alto más bajo que esto y darse la vuelta y completamente romper el 378 a la baja, esto nos estaría también apoyando la idea de que algo se acaba de cocinar en cripto. Y puedes ver que también nuestro promedio del 55 en el 4,99%, nos está aguantando el 21 en la semanal. Hemos superado el 9, ya rebotamos en él, ya rebotamos en el 21 y ahora del 21 nos toca el 4,68, 4,69%, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 34. Lo que nos dice que también la dominancia de Tether va a dar continuación a la alza y eso no es bueno para Bitcoin. Si eres fan del gran Benjamin Cowen y cómo se le para cada que ve la dominancia de Bitcoin subir, amigo, estás creando mínimos más altos y el pene de Jeremy Cowen está subiendo más que la dominancia de Bitcoin en este momento, y eso quiere decir que esto va a continuar. Esta tendencia no se ha roto a la baja, nos dijo a todos acá que probablemente era alt season. Pito, hermano, no lo fue y ahora estamos 64.39% y vamos a continuar a la alza muy probablemente. Siguiente objetivo, 66%, una vez que rompamos el 62.31. Y eso también nos ayuda a pensar que este mercado ya se cocinó. Al mismo tiempo, nuestro gran dólar está justamente en la parte media del canal, con confluencia en nuestro promedio del 21, aguantando, creando mínimos más altos en la zona del 105,400 y otra vez buscando crear un mínimo más alto junto con estos altos más altos e ir a buscar estos máximos del 2022 con esa fuerza del dólar. Personalmente les quiero decir esto, me gusta ver el dólar y esto es un extra para todos ustedes que están acá. He estado viendo cuál es la mejor temporalidad para ver los efectos del dólar. En mi opinión, la mejor temporalidad para seguir DXY, el peso y también el euro, todo lo que es Forex mensual. Este es donde yo me recargaría para ver, porque puedes verlo claro que es esto y cómo podrías tranquilamente venir al 105.84 una vez más, usar esta zona o probablemente acá arriba, por encima en el 105, en el 106.127, poder usar esto para crear tu nuevo máximo. Eso es en Dixie. Dixie siendo alcista es malo para todo lo que es riesgo también, eso es muy importante. Para ver los bonos, para ver el rendimiento de los bonos, creo que la mejor temporalidad es la de 6 meses. Esto fue una investigación ardua que me di, la de 6 meses. Y creo que aquí lo demuestra el por qué. Puedes ver la fuerza, puedes ver la volatilidad justamente en extremos, entrando al punto más bajo y del punto más bajo rebotando con muchísima fuerza. Este es el 2020, este es el 2025, para que tengan una idea de lo fuerte. Ahora, si llegamos a cruzar, y esto sería una mamada, ¿no? Personalmente me cuesta trabajo entender cómo vamos a crear un alto más alto que esto, que el 5.146, pero vean, o sea, una vez que cruzas esto a la alza, este nivel, esto te dice que los bonos y los intereses van a subir hasta 7, 8, 9 o, puta madre, han llegado hasta el 15%. Por ahora, viendo el de 10 años, que es el promedio más importante de todo esto, puedes ver en la de 6 meses perfectamente la fuerza encima del 9. Ya tomamos el 34, estamos tomando el 21, nos apoyamos en el 100 y nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser vencer este S&P 200 que acaba de popular. Si logramos vencer el S&P 200, no puedo explicar lo que está pasando en la economía, señores, que Dios nos agarre persinados a todos. Por ahora esperemos un rechazo y que vaya para abajo si tenemos buenas esperanzas de algo pasando bien en el futuro, pero por ahora la cosa no pinta bien. Una vez más, Bitcoin tiene cara bajista. La cara bajista del gran Bitcoin es bastante sencilla de ver y yo creo que lo más fácil de todo esto es simplemente continuar con tu rango y asegurarte de no perder. Bueno, no. Asegurarte que estar literalmente del lado correcto en el trade. Nada más. Nosotros hemos estado cortos desde los $100,000 en la academia y todo el mundo en la academia en este trade está obviamente en ganancias. Siguiente posibilidad son esos 93 para todos los que están todavía holdeando ese trade y tiene cara de que va a continuar a la baja. Ya en 95,430 y empujando a la baja. Alrighty, boys, what's next?
Was it garlic bread?
Mr. Garlic Bread.
We're going to look at his PP.
Oh, no.
You would be examining the finest PP you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, it's the XRPP, the finest PP anyone has
and
ever
I know,
seen.
And I know you specifically have seen many PPs. Nicest PP you've ever seen.
Wait, why? Oh, I just saw that you said something on the chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, did you?
Did I? Me or him?
No, Alex.
Oh, did I? Oh, I did. I was showing Capo's post.
All right, so I'll start with the quarterly because it fits my bias. So momentum on the quarterly is within the bullish control zone. Volatility is still lifted up, and the jewel is making its way out of the bearish control zone, giving a buy signal. This is the first time it's ever broken out of the bearish control zone. And it's the first time it's ever had a buy signal on the quarterly ever as well. If you look at the HPDR, we are currently over the 61.8%, which is at about $2.34. And as long as we close over the area, as we see beforehand, we usually get a massive pump. This is the only other time that it's ever been over the 61.8% since the 2017 rally. And when we close over the 61.8% in the 2017 cycle, we ended up tapping the 100% twice. I'm not saying we're going to go to the 100% now, but at the very least, we should see somewhere around 78.6%. Just for funsies, I'm going to mention what the 100% is, sitting at $127. That would be a 60x on the market cap, putting it at what 310x, over $10 trillion in market cap. Pretty funny. XRP, $10 trillion company. But what's likely is this at 78.6%, which $10 trillion would put it at bigger than most countries' GDPs.
Oh yeah. No. Then at 10 trillion, now you're playing with the biggest boys. Like I think it's top 17.
I believe it's bigger than Canada's GDP.
For sure.
Damn.
I mean, New York
Canada,
is. Oh.
XRP is now bigger than Canada.
Well, with Justin Trudeau as their prime minister.
Didn't he resign?
He did, but he's still there complaining and making everything so much more difficult for Canadians. They're about to find out, to find out.
My bias is the 78.6% moves down. I don't think it's going to go to $21. It's going to be a little bit ridiculous. See it go to $21. Don't think that's going to happen. I think this level steps down. I'm sorry to be the breaker of bad news. That I'm assuming, or I'm hoping it comes down somewhere around this 161.8%, which masses up with my $6.38 target. Then all will be fine in the world, and I'll be happy. If it stays at 78.6, I mean, if it stays at $21, I'm not gonna be the person that say it's going to $21. I'm gonna be like, $6 is all I'm willing to call it, and then anything beyond that is a bonus. But I'm not gonna say anything above $6. Even saying $6 is kind of dirty. The 6 months right now is right at this median, which is at $2.68. Momentum is still pointed up with volatility coming up from 0%. The only time we've ever had momentum pointed up with volatility from 0% was right over here. And we did a pump skia from open to high, 1,228%. So when did we flip up? Over here with volatility expanding. Don't worry, I'm not going to do 1,000%. That's only 200% to get to where I'm targeting. 215%. That's nothing. Not even that much. Whomst amongst us hasn't seen a 200% move on a shitcoin? Monthly momentum is still technically to the upside. It is curving over a little bit, which is a little worrying. If it drops below the moving average, probably going to see some long form consolidation. Last time we had the monthly freshly drop below the moving average was right over here in about August of 2023, and we kind of went sideways for several months in a range between about 69, 70 cents and like 39 cents to the bottom range until we finally broke above the moving average, started expanding. And from when that happened, you can see what happened from there. In roughly 3 monthly candles, we got a pump of 591%. 3 months to almost 6x your money. I don't believe there's a real estate property in the planet that could 6x your money in 3 months.
That can
right now 6x your money in 3 months.
No.
Monthly is right now dancing right around the 78.6%. If we do close below it, which is $2.71, I would expect at a minimum move to reconnect with this 5 EMA. Right now, 216. Don't think it's going to hold though. I think we're probably going to go somewhere around the 9 EMA. So maybe the 61.8%. More likely it's the 61.8% because that's a more significant level, especially since we've already tapped the 90 EMA. And the 61.8% right now is sitting at right around $1.49, very close to that 150 area, which is going to be a very significant level. And we'll see it on the momentum chart. 2 week right now is coming down on momentum, losing the bullish control zone. Volatility is coming down as well, though, which is hopium for bulls that this will just be a correction and make another higher low before we end up going to the upside. A little bit of worrying information, though, that the jewel is starting to give us a God mode sell signal with its shifting into neutral. It has not given us the exact sell signal yet. It's just given us that we should be looking for a sell signal pretty soon. If we lose this median, very likely it will give us that sell signal. Median right now is sitting at $2.36. Still a good amount, about 30 cents lower than where we are right now. Lose that median at $2.36, get the sell signal, very likely going to come back down to 38.2%. Breaking down below $2, sweeping all these lows likely brings us lower, especially with volatility coming to pretty low levels. Very likely comes somewhere around this 21 EMA. One of this 21 sits at right around $1.60. Very bias fitting. Weekly has already given us what we were looking for on the 2 week with the God mode sell signal, flipping dark blue into actual sell. Momentum is starting to flip down, rejecting getting into the bullish control zone. Did we make a higher high? This is 260, 295. Yep, we do have bearish divergence on the weekly. It will be confirmed if we close below $2.32. That will very likely bring us somewhere down around this 61.8%. And that currently sits at about $1.75. Very close to that 160 area. 5 day is getting very close to getting into the bearish control zone. Wait, check some divergence. So there is some possible hidden bullish divergence because we did make a lower low on momentum, but I'm making a higher low on price action from these lows here. The way to confirm that divergence is going to be to close above. No, we don't have to use all-time highs. We can use this one actually, but $2.79. Close above there, you will have confirmed weekly hidden bullish divergence, and that likely takes you up to 78.6%, which is right around $4.23. Maybe be front running and go to 420. On the 5 day momentum, it's very close to entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility is now on the brink of expansion, getting right to the moving average. If we do close below this 38.2%, this momentum will break into the bearish control zone. Volatility will break above the moving average. And then we'll probably get this pink crossing below the yellow on the jewel, giving us the loss of this bullish control zone to somewhere around the edge of this bearish control zone. Lines up with a move somewhere around the 55 EMA, which is currently at $1.54. This is going to be the area where bulls are going to absolutely have to step in this $1.50 area. If they lose $1.50, this entire rally is likely to get erased and probably going to come and touch this 200, which right now is at about 68 cents. It's going to be quite the move to see it go to around $3.40, then back down to 60 cents. That's basically the average bear market drop, about 80% down. So that would tell us that we're probably in the bear market, and the 5 day setup is playing out to the downside.
Once it goes down 80%, that's when we go,
yeah.
all right, that's good.
That's when you can say, okay, we're in a bear market. And that's when you sell everything. That's when you sell everything.
That's conservative.
Because the goal is to buy high and sell low.
Absolutely. Everybody knows that. That's why we're all very good traders.
Whomst amongst us hasn't bought high and sold low?
I ask you, who?
Are you not entertained? I don't even know what movie that's from. On the 2 day, momentum is starting to flip up, losing the bearish control zone. Right now, momentum is flipped higher than it was in these levels, while we were making technically a lower high, giving us possible hidden bearish divergence. The way to confirm that divergence is going to be to close below this low here, about $2.32, giving us confirmed hidden bearish divergence. giving us a target of this 100 EMA. Right now, the 100 is at about $1.70. Right now, the hope beams of the jewel is starting to curve around, giving us a neutral signal from the sell signal. What we want to happen is to maintain a close over this median at 265, and then we'll likely switch over into a buy signal. And if you can, I'll mark with a vertical line when we have the jewel switching from a sell signal to a buy signal in somewhere around this area. This one was switching. Got a very dry throat. Let me sip some of this Coke Zero. All right, so this one, when we switch over from the sell signal to a buy signal, was more significant because we did it from way lower, but I'll still mark it off. This one would be more comparable because it was in a similar area. All right. Now let's just take a little bit of a percentage move after this one. That was about 43% up. This one, which is more powerful because it came from lower. 422% up. So if you account for the fact that it came from lower, divided by 4, still over 100% up. This one was from a similar area. This one was not that. Doesn't seem like it was that much. About 18% still. So let's just apply 18%. About $3, not but still like 15 to 20% away from all-time highs. Still in bearish territory, still making a lower high, still on the verge of hitting a bearish divergence. So it's not that much hopium, really. Kind of hopium for bears who want to get a higher short entry. Right now on the daily momentum is starting to flip down, losing the moving average. With hopium is volatility still coming down. If we were to lose this 38.2% though, but that volatility is going to start expanding, and then we're in for a very, very bad trip. Probably somewhere around this 97.5%, which is right around like $1.65. But what happened last time is we picked a lot lower. Maybe even all the way down to this 200 SMA, which is at around $1.40. This is going to get to the area where we're going to be on the edge of bear market. Where basically, if we come down to this area and we don't see one of these wicks, I'm going to be saying we're in a bear market. If we see this wick when touching this area, I'd want to see it close strongly over this 97.5%, which is at $1.65. I'd like to see it close somewhere around 170, hopefully even over this wick low, which is about 176. If we see a close above that area, then I'm going to say this is the mother of all swing failure patterns, probably going to new all-time highs from there. Close below that area, though, around 160, then, and we don't see a strong bounce from this 140 area, then I'm going to be saying it's a bear market and every bounce is for shorting. Let's see, last time we freshly lost the moving average on the daily within the bullish control zone. Right over here, mark that with the vertical line. And then over here. And over here. That should be enough. 31% down. If I didn't zoom out. This almost got the top. From open to low, 27% down, very close to the previous number. This one caught the literal top. $46 down. This was the candle that liquidated more money than even the FTX collapse. The biggest liquidation in crypto history in 24 hours was this wick.
Yeah, it's crazy because no one cried like on FTX.
FTX, there was so much despair in the market. People were saying crypto, like people who were in for multiple cycles were saying crypto was over. It was never going to go up again. But there was not that much despair in this part.
Not at all. Like no one even talks about it. Kind of weird.
And it also does fulfill the saying that more people get liquidated in more bulls get liquidated in a bull market than a bear market.
Yeah, I just think there's more people now because it wasn't. I don't think it was the biggest like percentage candle wise, but money wise it was for sure. Yeah.
Switch to the 4 hour. And now FTX has started repaying people. Hopium is that all that money goes back into the market because they're getting dollars, not crypto.
Imagine those guys after getting fucked like that for that long. You think they're gonna be like, "Oh, let me just bring the money back to the same place."
They're degenerate gamblers. They probably will.
By the way, it's crypto, right? I exactly what you're saying is completely true. I wouldn't expect anything else.
Especially when you're getting paid $20 for your Solanas, which are now trading at over $180.
The only ones that won were those that were holding Ethereum.
Yeah, they get. Oh no, the people who really won are the people who were holding Tether.
Oh yeah.
Or Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, because you're getting paid at the Bitcoin value.
You get like 17,000 in Bitcoin. Yeah.
Tether, or Ethereum, you get the same. So right now on the 4 hour, we are right at this 55 EMA, which is retesting. If we hold this area, just retest at this silver cross. Not likely to hold this area though, especially when you look at the momentum which is within the bearish control zone, kind of pointed up, but still within bearish control, still below the moving average, making it a lot more likely that this area is not going to hold, especially since you lost the 38.2%. Probably going to lose this and come somewhere down to the 78.6, which is around $2.62. Then from there, we're going to see if momentum can flip back up, or if it's going to break down to the downside with volatility. To lose that $2 and was $2.59 area, likely going to come back down pretty hard, somewhere around this 95%. Which even if it's bearish, it should bounce at this point, somewhere around $2.43. If you don't hold this area though, things are going to start to get pretty ugly, and then you're probably going to come down to that 160s area.
Man, if this is really the local top, you know how many people are gonna have to cry themselves to sleep because I did call it instead of like fucking missing it completely like 3 years ago.
It's not gonna matter. They're still gonna talk about that.
I know. Hey, I see that you've learned. I've seen that you've learned how the world works.
I have indeed. Like, oh, so you just called the exact top. Well, everybody was bullish.
Bullish.
No, but remember when you were wrong by $3,000 a couple years ago? Like, sure, you got it from like 40s all the way down to $15,000, but you were wrong by $3,000.
You're spitting facts, motherfucker.
Nope. None of the high time frames have any bearish divergence. Only the weekly does. Weekly right now has active bearish divergence as long as we're closing below $2.83. And continuation on the divergence is going to be closing below about, what is this number here? $2.32. That same number comes back up once again. And since we've already tested the 21, it's not like you're going to hold this time around. Probably going to come somewhere around the 55. That's sitting right now at about 136 to 140. And in the next 6, and this is probably not going to happen all in 6 days and 8 hours. This level probably does rise a little bit, maybe somewhere around 150. Perfectly would fit my bias. And pretty crazy to see how much of a dump so far to the wick high to the wick low, 48%, while volatility is contracting the entire time. So does it seem really crazy if we were to lose that 160s to 150 area to go down to 60 cents if we haven't even gotten volatility expansion yet?
No.
5-day does have active, on the hopium side, have active hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low. Right now, to invalidate the divergence, we'd have to close below 226, and that would probably take us towards the 55 EMA, sitting at $1.50.
Well, and that's when it's fucked, huh?
Yeah, that's when it's absolutely fucked. It's probably going to the bearish control zone, and right now that's at $1, and no, that's gonna be way lower than the bearish control zone. It's gonna be critical zone. I don't even see what number that is.
It's impossible.
Impossible. So low that you just can't do it. But the reason it says it's impossible because it's in the next 2 days and 8 hours. It resets after every period. That
it's just like women.
Yeah. I was literally talking to Alex about this earlier today. I'm not going to say the details because I'm not going to
put yourself there. Yeah.
We're very close to a double extreme on the volatility, and right now it can go either way, whether it's going to expand to the upside or the downside. Slight probabilities to the upside because you do have hidden bullish divergence right now on the 5-day. Confirmation of continuation on this divergence is going to be a close above $2.83. Close above that level, though, then we're very likely going to go to new all-time highs. Probably somewhere around the bullish critical zone, and that level is right now at $6.15. Perfectly fits my bias. 3-day as well has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence right now, as long as we're closing above $2.26. Confirmation of continuation is going to be the same number, $2.83. Close above there, likely going to go to the critical zone. And right now that level is sitting at 576. All of this goes out of the window, though, if you close below $2.26. 2-day right now is forming several drives of hidden bullish divergence, made a higher low on price, lower than all of these lows on price action, on the momentum. Confirmation of this divergence is going to be a close above $2.83 once again, giving us a target, the critical zone. That level is $5.82. Some bearish hopium now, though, is in the next 6-7 hours. If we close below, what is this low here? $2.68, 2.68990. We are going to confirm hidden bearish divergence because we made a lower high, well, a higher high on the RSI, and that will give us our move down to somewhere around this 100. Probably which is around like $2.25. Lose that area, which is the same 226 area, 225, 226. Lose that area, then we're probably going to come down pretty hard towards this 200, and this thing is probably fucked. Somewhere around $1.38, $1.40. Because that $1.40, the only hopium for this area to not be fucked is we'd have to close back over the 100. Or somewhere to be confirmed, it would be close over the 100. But to give you hopium that that's probably going to happen is if you close above this wick low at 176. So if you close somewhere around this area, that could be a swing failure pattern, but you don't have the confirmation until you close above the 100. Four hour as well as forming hidden bullish divergence. Drop below all of these lows while making a higher low. Confirmation is going to be closing above $2.73. That'll likely give you another test of this 200, which is around $2.84, $2.85. Break above there, then you're probably going to get a move towards the critical zone, and that's at current all-time highs at $3.44. Right now, we are getting a breakdown with volatility support, though. So it does make it a little bit less likely that we're going to confirm that divergence. Ding! Yesterday, I was showing my girl some Mexican comedians, and she didn't know any of them. Didn't know George Lopez, didn't know Gabriel Iglesias, and I'm like,
so just so you know, George Lopez ain't Mexican. Okay, he's playing a stereotypical Mexican, even though he's like basically he's blood, he's DNA. He's not. Like, he's the fucking gringo. That's why not only no one likes him, no one knows who he is. Fluffy, I love Fluffy. Fluffy doesn't speak Spanish that well. He's a little self-conscious about it. I do love Fluffy. He's a G, but he's American too, like, basically.
Oh, so Mexicans don't really listen to them?
Only, yeah, because Mexican comedians are it's a whole different breed. It's not it's not the same sense of humor as in here. Like those guys are Americans living as Hispanics. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Whereas in Mexico, like, dude, Mexicans, like the shit that they say and like that they find funny is so different from the US. Like that was one of the biggest obstacles I had at first talking to girls because I couldn't make them laugh. I was like, this is terrible. I would like tell them jokes and they were like, that's not funny. I was like, I promise you, I'm way funnier in Spanish. And I learned.
Probably using all types of curse words and.
Oh, dude, yeah, make no sense. So no, it's a very different language. So yeah, she's in all of her right to not even know who those people are.
Speaking of the curse words, me and the Uber driver a couple of days ago bonded very, very well over that. This F-150 almost hit us. Very surprised to see an F-150 in Mexico, by the way.
Yeah,
But he almost hit us, and then the Uber driver starts going "chinga tu madre" now, and then turns around and apologizes to me. I'm like, no, exactamente. Then he starts cursing freely.
that's all we need in Mexico. A gringo saying "chinga tu madre." It's like our happiest place in the world.
I was told to never say this to anybody unless I want to fight.
That.
Yeah.
I mean, nah. I mean, yeah, because also, by the way, I love my Mexicans, but we're fucking retarded. If you say anything about our mom, we're willing to go to war. So it's like, go fuck your mom when you say chinga tu madre. I mean, but sadly to me, I'm too.
So you'd probably get deleted for saying that.
You know, it depends on who you do it to.
Yeah, you don't want to do it to the guy with face tattoos.
They don't even have in Mexico. You wouldn't even know who's a cartel person and who's not. So stay the fuck away from trouble.
Good to know. On the, I was planning on getting in some trouble later today.
Nope. No
No
trouble for you, sir.
On the 6 month, we are flipping up on volatility. Has a pretty funny pivot. Although this pivot is not really going to be relevant until we're already in the bear market. Right now, it's pointed up above 44 cents. On the quarterly, we are pointed up with volatility expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at while we're above $1. Let's see, higher, low. Oh, nope, not divergence there. Come on. We are getting volatility expansion on the daily from somewhere around 8%. Lowest volatility expansion we've ever had on the daily, I believe. Yes, indeed. We are rejecting the bearish control zone and pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $1.96. Which is another point that if we go down to that 140s, 150s area, and we don't strongly close, preferably, and we flip this momentum down on the monthly, that's going to be very bad. Last time momentum flipped down on the monthly was around this point here. From wick high, we went down about 43%, which we're already down more than 43% from the wick high, and we haven't even gotten momentum turning down yet. So when it actually does go down, probably does more than 43%. How much of a percentage is it from the highest towards 140s? Let's see. About 50, close to 60%. That's usually the amount of shitcoin will dump if Bitcoin is dumping like 30%, 25 or 30. They'll dump like 60 to 70. 2 week right now has given us one extreme after a beautiful United States setup. We are looking to get a double extreme right now. As long as momentum is to the downside, that double extreme likely does apply to the downside. But right now, momentum is very close to flipping back up. Right now, it will flip back up if we close over $2.59. It does look like we are going to get a little bit of a move down in the short term. Probably a reconnect with this 5 EMA. Right now, this 5 EMA is sitting at around $2.59 to $2.56. It's right around this momentum pivot, which also tells us if we lose this 5 EMA, we're going to lose this momentum pivot, going to remain to the downside, then very likely getting a move somewhere around this 21 EMA, which is right around $1.60. That'll likely apply us that double extreme to the downside. Close over this 259 area, we will maintain this 5 EMA. Momentum will be to the upside. Then we're likely getting a test of all-time highs. Weekly is very close to getting a full reset on volatility after many periods of 100%. Momentum is currently pointed to the downside. Hopium that momentum is pointed down while volatility is down. Currently, to flip it back up, we'd have to close over $3.05. What I'm looking to see is for the momentum to drop somewhere around this edge of this bullish control zone to see if this pivot drops or not. If it doesn't drop, then we're likely going somewhere around 160s maybe, get a short-term bounce there, and if it doesn't bounce strongly, then we're probably going to 140s. Still new divergence. There is some slight bearish divergence in the weekly as well from these highs and these highs, where it will be confirmed if we close below $2.32. That likely brings us back down somewhere. First stop somewhere around the 21, it's around $2 psychological level, then towards the 55 at around 140s. It's going to rise because it's not going to happen in one move, probably somewhere around 140s. Five-day is still pointed down, but now volatility is, oh, I thought it was expanding, still contracting actually. Kind of looks like expansion right here. If we close above this moving average, though, that will be a 5-day volatility expansion with momentum pointed down. But so far, we are still getting contraction. Right now, we are pointed down below $3.20. Same idea as the weekly, though. Come down towards the edge of the bullish control zone, and then we see above volatility what the momentum pivot is at. Is this a lower high? No, it's a higher high. No divergence. 2 days, once again, getting volatility contraction. Oh, this is not very hopium inducing, as that momentum is flipping up while we're getting volatility contraction. We are rejecting the bearish control zone, which is nice to see if you're bullish, and we're going to be flipped up as long as you're above $2.32. In order to get volatility expansion, we'd have to close above $2.83, which would also confirm bullish divergences across the board, and that would likely send us up towards our current all-time highs, likely new all-time highs. But that's only if we close above $2.83. Daily right now is getting volatility expansion. It's a little bit of more hopium. While we have momentum pointed up, and we're going to stay up as long as you're above 254, and we're going to likely break into the critical zone as well. Last time we broke into the critical zone after being down was right around this point here, and then from there we did right there another 43% move to the upside. Let's apply 43% from here. Let's say it's somewhere around here. Brings us to new all-time highs at $3.80. Very nice. Not quite my bias level yet. Pretty far away from it, but still quite nice. And 4 hours now getting volatility expansion with momentum technically to the downside. Bulls have almost 3 hours, 2 hours and 48 minutes to close above $2.66. If they fail to close above that, though, volatility momentum will flip to the downside with volatility expansion, and then we're probably in for a correction to somewhere around $2 first. A little bit of a bounce at $2 and eventually to 160s. Let's go a little bit lower to see what that will bleed into for. 2 hours now starting to flip up. 47 minutes, 48 minutes to go. We have volatility expansion, and we will reject the critical zone if we close above 263. So we're currently above that just by a hair. We have 48 minutes for the bulls to hold this level. We're getting to the real extremes now. Now it's kind of giving me a bias that we probably won't hold that level. Because we come all the way down to the 30-minute and hourly, we are flipping down on momentum with volatility expansion, giving us probabilities of not holding that level.
Just the daily's ugly.
Yeah, it's looking like we're going to get a correction. All right, so basically all of the high time frames are still bullish, still screaming higher, but usually these high time frames are max bullish at the tops, and you don't really know you're in a bear market, or they don't actually flip down until you're actually already in the bear market. Right now, we are still pointed up on the quarterly as long as we're above $1. We're flipped up on the monthly as long as we're above $1.96. We go down to the 2 week. I believe it was flipping down. Yeah, the 2 week is now starting to flip down, giving us a little bit of worry if you're bullish. Right now, the pivot is right around the 5 EMA. You lose that 5 EMA, momentum will confirm to the downside, and you're very likely going to get us sweep of these lows right now at 176, somewhere around 160s to 140s. If you fail to hold that area and not just hold that area, but if you fail to get a strong bounce off that area, likely going to confirm bearish divergences across the board, and we're probably in the bear market. Right now, the lower time frames, it is looking like momentum is flipping down, going down all the way from the 30-minute to the 4-hour. Only one is slightly bullish right now is the daily. And what it's seeming like is that the 30-minute and 4-hour are going to continue to the downside on momentum, which probably flips the daily down, probably giving us that correction. Close below $2.26, then you're probably going to go on the daily below 226, probably going to 160s to 140s. That's going to be the area where if you don't get a very strong bounce, probably the cycle top is in and we're in for a bear market. Get a strong bounce there, preferably somewhere over 160s, but best over 226. And then I think we see new all-time highs. It can go up or down.
That would be a really nice bounce to make everyone think, this is over. We're going all-time highs, and then get fucked again. The Solana playbook.
All the way from 160s to like 226, massive bounce.
Yeah. Man, this is interesting. All righty. So you just did, like I said, we already talked about basically all of the crypto that we were talking about. And one more time. Okay. So now Planet Fitness and Rivian after.
We're going to do Solana too, right?
Well, yeah, of course, after Solana. So now Farhan has to pick either Planet Fitness or Rivian.
I'll do Rivian. Down. All right. Now we've concluded Rivian.
There you go. Vamos a ver XRP, la moneda del futuro, como todo el mundo le dice. Ya saben, aquí analizándola, por supuesto. Los tengo en la diaria, y la razón por la que los tengo en la diaria es porque personalmente este se me hace el análisis más fácil de todos. Esta es mi línea meme por acá. Pueden ver que esto está dando un SFP, perfecta señal para el retesteo y poder venir en corto para abajo. Estás viendo el precio en esta tendencia alcista, pero ahorita momentum en diferentes temporalidades está cambiando y está volteando para abajo. Puede que no hay muchas divergencias bajistas, hay solamente en la semanal, pero el problema es lo rápido que todas se transformarían. Vamos a empezar desde el principio solamente para que no haya duda alguna con la trimestral, por supuesto, como siempre. Los voy a ajustar el tamaño y pueden ver, obviamente, altos más altos, aunque ahora ya no se empiezan a ver tan altos comparados con lo de antes, sobre todo teniendo el precio por debajo de esta línea meme. Estamos ya entrando en este canal, en este rango entre 2.7 y 1.95. Y es muy importante este rango porque una vez perdido este rango, muy probablemente esté cocinado absolutamente todo. También en esta temporalidad tenemos la volatilidad apoyando el movimiento a la alza con todas estas velas verdes. Esta volatilidad en el 67.39%. Todavía le queda camino para arriba. La gente que es alcista en XRP espera que esto continúe al alza y que continúe empujando. Para cambiar y flipar momentum en la de 3 meses para abajo es bajo $1, para que lo sepan. Si el precio en esta temporalidad lo ves debajo de $1, momentum está flipado para abajo y eso quiere decir que muy probablemente estés en el mercado bajista de esta chingadera. Ahora, en la mensual, también habías tenido esta expansión de volatilidad, pero la volatilidad ahora está contrayendo, apuntando para abajo, no todavía debajo del promedio, lo que nos puede decir que simplemente podría rebotar y continuar a la alza, pero por ahora sí está apuntando para abajo ante esta vela roja, lo que nos indica una corrección. Esta vela tiene un rango gigantesco de 3.06 centavos hasta los 1.77. Es una vela gigantesca en XRP. Vamos a verla con ya el HPDR para que vean los niveles. Vamos a ponerlo ya aquí en la mensual. Y pueden ver que estamos perdiendo la parte de la zona amarilla hasta el 88.3%. Tuvimos ese gran rechazo en la última vela mensual. Faltan 17 horas, pero por ahora tenemos una gran probabilidad de ir a visitar nuestro promedio del 9. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en 1.70 con esta caída. Y de no aguantar el 1.70, iríamos al 1.49, que es la parte baja de la zona del 61.8%. Ahora, si llegamos a este punto, Ya aquí la cosa es, si no tienes un rebote muy fuerte en esta zona del 1.50 a la alza, probablemente eso te esté dando la primera batiseñal de que es momento de salir corriendo. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. Para todos ustedes, viendo la de 2 semanas, pueden ver, venimos de estos grandes periodos de no volatilidad en los ceros de Estados Unidos, con la explosión a la alza, yendo de lado, pero ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio y lo ha estado haciendo por ya bastante tiempo y va para abajo. Está en 85.7%. Viendo el HPDR de cerca, podemos ver cómo nos rechazaron la zona del 51 y 68% acá. Ahora estamos en la zona azul. Y en la zona azul, nuestro siguiente objetivo es o la parte alta o la media. La parte alta solamente la vas a ir a visitar y si la vas a visitar es por encima de los 280, ¿y qué son? 284. Esta vela de acá es tu manera de medir. Una vez que llegues a hacer un máximo más alto, ¿no? O sea, básicamente a la parte alta de la zona azul, estás pasando esta vela. Pasando esta vela, altos históricos. No pasando esa vela, no más altos históricos. Muy probablemente tu siguiente objetivo esté por acá, en la parte media de la zona azul, en el 230, 22. Y de no poder aguantar, estamos hablando del 1.95 en la parte baja de la zona azul o donde está mi línea meme que hemos tenido todo este tiempo por acá. Semanal, tenemos una divergencia bajista en la semanal ya jugando. Vamos en cuanto a momentum se refiere, y también volatilidad está contrayendo ya en 37.3%. Con eso dicho, nos está rechazando la parte alta de la zona azul. Primera parada va a ser nuestro promedio del 9 en el 2.5. Segunda parada, nuestra media en 2.30. De no aguantar, tenemos nuestro promedio del 21 y la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2, que es justamente arribita de donde está nuestra línea meme por acá. 5 días que te dice un poco por adelantado lo que está haciendo la semanal es perder la zona azul y ahora vas a ir a buscar el 50%. De no aguantar la zona de los 2.59, muy probablemente vayas al 21. El 21 está en 2.26, para que sepas. De no aguantar eso, te lleva al 88.3%, que es donde está también el promedio del 34, en 1.9, 1.95. Diaria, habíamos retomado la zona azul, tuvimos un rechazo en el 71.86% y acá es donde se ve fácil. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes tu promedio del 34.21 dando la vuelta justamente en la parte del 61.8%. Eso nos va a llevar al 55. El 55 está en 2.55. De perder el 55, muy probablemente vas a ir a la media. La media está en 2.4, que te lleva a la línea meme que tengo por acá. De no aguantar, vas a ir al EMA 100, que está por ahí del 50%, en 2.25. Para ponerlo fácil en inglés, no, en español, y que no haya dudas. ¿Ok? Diaria. ¿Dónde me pongo alcista en este gráfico? Rompiendo el 283. Acá, altos históricos. ¿Dónde me pongo bajista? Tu primera llamada está acá, es esta línea meme, ¿ok? Tu segunda llamada va a ser perder el promedio del 9. Tercera llamada, esta línea meme, y el llamón final es, pierdes este mínimo acá, bye bye, bye bye. No importa lo que pase después de eso, muy probablemente aquí, bye bye. Y esto nos llevaría para abajo. Una vez más, quieres ser alcista en XRP, arriba de 283. Por ahora estamos en una indecisión, pero al mismo tiempo estás haciendo altos más bajos, y esto es idéntica a la línea que existe en mi tabla de Bitcoin, que es literalmente lo que está jugando. Ve nada más esta belleza. Tuviste el S&P acá ayer y ahí vas para abajo. Lo mismo en XRP, básicamente. ¿Y esto qué nos dice? Ahora sí, somos alcistas, queremos superar acá y agregar a nuestra posición en 283 con cierres por encima de ello. Si eres bajista, simplemente cualquier oportunidad a la zona del 2.6, que es donde está el S&P justamente ahorita, ¿no? Literalmente esta línea meme, cualquier oportunidad de vuelta al 2.7, con no poder vencer esto, yo lo agarraría para hacer un short a la baja. Sería la operación más fácil. O de nuevo, un long por encima de estos dos en el 283. XRP, como todo, no un reflejo de podría ser alcista, podría ser bajista, a qué lado va a jugar. Está jugando la misma que Bitcoin, ya saben sus niveles. Ahí los tienen bastante fáciles, honestamente. Y aparte hasta con llamada y todo, brother. No, espérame, esa línea sí la quiero. Lo que no quiero es esta, exacto. Vale, vamos a ver qué nos trae Alex por acá con los Solamis, ¿no? Vamos a ver eso.
Nice. Yeah, so Solana is, like I was saying while looking at Bitcoin, still not looking good. Last time I looked at this, though, we talked about the scenario where, we're kind of approaching the last stand for bulls right at that 170 mark. If we don't get a bounce there, it's going to lead to a bigger dump, in my opinion. A bounce, though, at that point will be very crucial. Does Solana actually sustain a move and actually start reclaiming above $216? Or do we just simply form another lower high and reject, the top of resistance, what was once support? It's going to be important. And, something I was looking at, because, I hear we often talk about this being a front running coin over Bitcoin, meaning it breaks out before Bitcoin, but also tops before Bitcoin. So I was very curious to see, okay, well, shifting gears and going to the daily here real fast and looking actually, when did this coin actually top? And we can see here it topped right at November 6, 2021. Shifting gears here, if we look when Bitcoin topped, similar actually, it topped a few days later though, right at November 10th. So we do know Solana does end up doing moves before Bitcoin does. That is true, and it was true last cycle. But then if we go back and we see, okay, well, what else is occurring that kind of can at least look like similar things? And so when we look at volatility, we see, well, we've actually never had a weekly volatility setup fire off to the downside on Solana this entire bull market. I went and I was looking and I saw, okay, well, when this started to expand here, it was to the upside. This one was to the upside. And then this one as well was to the upside. But now we're getting another one here. And we can see here that it ever so slightly did go under 15%. But now we see going into this week, we potentially are going to break back above the moving average while also breaking out essentially on volatility. Why this is interesting is because these are all the times I marked minus the red occurrence, because that just is the top, when we had a weekly volatility setup on Solana fire off to the downside. You can see again, it only really has occurred in the bear market. These were to the upside only in the bull market. And if we look here, we can see it. Solana topped, it consolidated, it lost its weekly 9, and then volatility gave us a setup here. Almost a setup. I guess I should correct that, but almost a setup here before firing off. This one right here was essentially one of the only official setups where it went under 15%, I guess now what I'm seeing, where we essentially, this was the FTX debacle. But it's just interesting to see because we are getting a weekly volatility setup and it is starting to fire off, and bears have control here. So if we don't get a bounce here soon, it's going to not look like this scenario is going to play out. And we actually could do something like this, where we just dump through support somewhere around here, get a bounce, and then flip this into resistance. But on the daily, what we want to see now is that SMA 200 get actually held. You can see here, it's been a nice point since reclaiming that of support. So that's going to be important for bulls to essentially hold above. You're not going to want to see the daily close under this, or specifically right under 180. If we start losing 180, it's just going to, again, give us more confluence. So we're probably going to go back and test the 170 to 169 area. Taking out that wick low, though, that was formed in the beginning of January will be a cause of concern to me. Right now we see, though, that the SMA 200 on the daily is very important for SOL. Anytime we're below it, generally either leads to chop, to lower highs, to more downside. And anytime we reclaim it and we get above, it leads to expansion in price. So it's going to be important, actually, in my opinion, to kind of see, okay, where do we actually hold that today if we can at all? That can at least help develop trades, right? We can see in the bear market how important that SMA 200 was to Solana. If you played that SMA 200, you would have caught an easy shorts, and then it flipping into support, you would have caught an easy trades. It getting lost here was your concern before we made that bottom. You can see, again, lots of chop if we start losing it, but even from this point led to a really nice bounce. Once it got reclaimed, that was a 58% move. Okay, cool, got lost. Once we lost it, 18%. But then you can see simply once we reclaimed it here and held, it did exactly what we want this to do, which generally puts an asset in an uptrend once it holds above its daily SMA 200. While then going in an uptrend. You can see here that we essentially held it pretty nicely. We lost it a little here, reclaimed it. So that's why today it's going to be extremely important for bulls to hold it. Why, though, that this is potentially not going to hold is the fact that the daily now is very close to expanding from zero volatility. So we know the daily is giving us a setup, but bears have taken control here. So we're going to need to see bulls actually get to work, which will start, in my opinion, with the daily reclaiming the SMA 200. As a bull, you're going to want to see any daily closure above like 183 to 184 at the very minimum for just consolidation. Because what we see also is the daily is a silver cross, and it simply has been rejecting the 9 through and through. So it's going to be important here for bulls to get to work. The 2-day as well as closing, I drew this green line or put this green line just to kind of represent where we were at. You can just see, hold on, there's something on my keyboard. There we go. You can just see how well it was being respected as support. Often major resistance gets flipped into support. That's bullish. But whenever you just fall through a level like this, and we know the daily SMA 200 is right around this zone as well, just kind of shows the weakness in Solana. So, today the 2-day is closing as well. If we unfortunately don't hold that SMA 200 and the 2-day here closes like it is, yeah, I mean, this is going to be losing support that we haven't lost in a while. But we're also going to know the daily is losing its SMA 200 while the 2-day is losing the EMA 100. Again, just signaling not the best posturing for Solana. While then we're very close to the 2-day here. Silver crossing. We know the daily has. This is setting up for a 2-day silver cross. The 9 has crossed the 21. We see the 21 is now itching away, moving towards the 55. Once that 21 crosses the 55, you'll have a confirmed silver cross on the 2-day. With the daily BBWP where it's at, looking like it's about to expand soon, you have to be very cautious of the zone. If we start really losing this 170, which I won't be surprised into maybe this next candle opening, this SMA 200 on the 2-day comes right around 170, solidifying the support. If you start losing this 170, it's going to put us back into this range here. You're really then going to run the risk of Solana going all the way back at 140 minimum. 140 is going to be important, though. I mean, we've talked about this being right where that weekly EMA 100 is. If we go to the monthly here, you can see here that monthly EMA 21 is right at 140. It's going to be a major point. Often too, and this is closing in 11 days, you are holding an EMA 9 this well on a monthly, it losing it into this month, again, just signals the fact that that's extremely weak. We could be going into a bear market. But then it also would be wise to then be gauging the reaction at the 21, because we see, the strength of the 9, we lose the 21. You lose the 9, you go to the 21. So it would be, not wise to be disregarding the 140 region first. So this month is going to be really important for Sol. Is this going to potentially lose the monthly 9 for the first time this entire bull market? While also getting a major weekly volatility setup that's looking like it's on the verge of firing off, or it is already firing off to the downside, something we haven't seen since the bear market, while Bitcoin is currently looking like it's topped as well. But we also know Solana front runs moves, so it goes down before Bitcoin once it tops, as I showed before. So yeah, it's interesting to see that. Let's throw the rainbow chart on and see what we see now. You can see here the weekly's in the process of breaking down, losing that EMA 34 on the weekly, which is right at the bottom of the 38.2%. Again, volatility supporting that. Yes, this is starting to move now. So this move we're starting to see, despite all of this, is really actually kind of interesting to me, because what bulls would have gauged as kind of bullish, right? I mean, with volatility contracting here, but also prices contracting, they would have been looking at this as maybe having the upper hand, right? They would have said, well, volatility hasn't fired off. We're now at support. We still are looking like we're putting in another higher low on the weekly. That's kind of the hopium we're seeing with Bitcoin too. But now what we're seeing is this weekly's firing off. All of this move down now has just made the setup even worse for bulls, because, you know, once this fires off, it doesn't stop, you know, until BBWP at least hits 50%. You know, and currently with it firing off right at 180s, yeah, that's just not a good sign to me. So it's interesting to see that, honestly. It's, you know, kind of just tells me that, yes, even though we've had 3-4 weeks of just down, a whole month of just down, this move kind of is just beginning for the downside, you know, for bears, essentially. So the weekly is confirming that. We're losing the 38.2%. BBWP is starting to break above 15%. So you're going to have to watch this week very closely. It's going to start, though, with the daily, in my opinion. The daily losing that SMA 200 really will be a cause of concern, and most likely will mean we're going to start really expanding up, and this is going to start breaking down. Obviously, if we start losing that 180 region, next target has to be the 170s. But remember, if that doesn't hold, yeah, I mean, 170s doesn't hold even on like a daily. It's going to really start looking like 140s could be next. 140s then would put us back in a new range. It makes sense to get some kind of bounce, right? And then if you're in a new range, you're either going to get a bounce here and bulls are going to save the day, or you're going to enter a new range, come down, and then solidify the range by testing resistance, support, you know, resistance, support, and just doing that for a while. That could be some bullish opium. Or, you know, you just reject and go down, form some like bear flag. But until then, I mean, you're gonna have to watch the 140s carefully. The fact that the monthly is losing the 9 already is not a good sign. The fact that the weekly is confirming a volatility setup with the median as high as it is right now at 225, losing the weekly EMA 34 into this week, while the bottom of the 38.2% is getting lost, something we haven't seen, let's see, since here in the bear market. The last one would be here, actually. Yeah, where we actually got expansion, because you broke away from it a little bit here, but it slightly held or got back up. The real obvious one is either this one in June of 2023 or even this one. Both occurrences in a bear market, though. That's the point I'm trying to bring. And you can just see we've broken out. We're in a bull. We haven't really lost it. We're potentially losing it this week now, though. So, yeah, that's interesting to see.
I think a close, Solana is closing below 178. That kind of fucking seals the deal. That seems to be a really, really important level.
Yeah, it definitely is. I noticed it. I was like, I'm surprised I didn't have a line draw there. I thought I did. So I quickly drew one. It's very simple. I mean, just based on this. But it has held really nice. And you're getting confluence of that idea with the SMA 200 here. Because yes, 180 is held, but also that SMA 200 is held. You start losing that with 180, it's just going to really at least tie this into resistance. You could see this itch down a little bit. And then if we close, maybe we get a nice rally and then dump. We just still form that bearish, you know, divergence in price still with lower highs. You know, that's why I'm still on the camp. I really wouldn't be itching to short this yet. Soon, but not yet. I mean, especially you don't want to be the guy who now shorts after 4 or 5 weeks, even though we're getting a volatility set up here. I would much rather wait for this to lose to 34. Shorted on the back test of it. What was major support should be resistance. You just take entry with the stop at the high around here. But that's kind of what I'll be watching for the academy. Let me go back to the monthly because it ties into why 140 is important. You can see the bottom of the 38.2% is at 140. So, if Sol can't hold its monthly 9, which right now it's losing it, but there's still 11 days. So, we'll see. And most importantly, get a bounce to reclaim the median, which is right now at $289. Yeah, I mean, the 38.2% is going to be the next target, and that is at 143. That gives me really good confluence right around that monthly 21, EMA 21, which is right around, just kind of the bottom of my channel here. And I don't think this big gap we have here is a coincidence. It's just going to probably dump through it and hit support. And I don't think you're going to get some major V reversal bottom, boom. No, I mean, at best, it's going to hold here, and we're going to just start slowly holding this zone. Or, we're just going to fall through and then dump and then consolidate and trap bears. And then from there, make a move up. And then we either retest and reject, come up to this point and reject, or just break through. But that's going to take a long time. So, again, volatility and momentum's with bears, in my opinion. This is looking like it's primed for a breakdown, confirmed on today's close once we lose the SMA 200. I'd be very cautious if you're holding any kind of trade on Solana. And this kind of just ties it in. The fact that you're losing the monthly 9, the weekly EMA 9, the daily EMA 100, SMA 200 is telling me, yeah, this isn't a bear market. The only thing now is just that these lows hold, but once this low doesn't hold, yeah, monthly, before I say that, monthly trend, I'm almost certain. Yeah, monthly trend would then be shifted down. Boom, boom, boom. It's easier on a 2-week. Yeah, because right here was the last higher low before that higher high. I forget, that Solana did make another high. It's kind of a random high. It was just like a spur of a moment high. But again, this was on the back of Trump, I believe. All that meme coin.
Yeah, it was.
So yeah, I mean, we start breaking 170s. This is now in a monthly downtrend. Solana's in a bear market now. Which, remember, if you like Sol and you've been trading on the Sol chain, sorry to say, but that means all your coins on the Sol chain are probably going to be in a bear market, if not already, and they're probably fucked. So just take that however you want. I think I was pretty clear, though. But Solana is not looking good. I'll look at Sol BTC because I'm a firm believer you should look at both whenever you look at an altcoin. And even this isn't looking good. 2-week EMA 9, 21's crossing. Curious here. We see here the median shifted all the way up still. Yes, it's moved down, but it's still very high. And we see even the 2 weeks confirming the breakdown. Curious here. Let me add this on. Nice. So now you're getting a 2-week volatility setup as well. Yeah, I mean, that's just not a good thing for Sol BTC. Again, weekly is now at the SMA 200. You're going to want to watch this carefully, though, because we've never flirted with this zone. This is already a big support zone. So you're going to want to watch closely to see the reaction. But again, the fact that you get to the weekly SMA 200 in the chart's not really the best sign. The fact, too, that the weekly and the 2-week are close to silver crossing, and also the 2 weeks confirming a breakdown because it's breaking below the 38.2% now with multiple closures is not good. This, though, I guess is contracting, so we'll have to see where that goes. Yeesh. Yeah. Nothing really. It's just the same as the weekly. And the daily, yeah, I mean, even the daily is in the process of breaking down with a silver cross to the downside. I guess I didn't look that about 5-day. 5-day too has a silver cross to the downside. So yeah, I mean, try to get some opium there, but Sol BTC just, again, looks like it's on the verge. So GG bulls, that's not good. This is actually really looking like it's in a bear market now, confirmed once we close this monthly candle, in my opinion. We lose that monthly 9, it just won't look good. Even here, you can see the Sol BTC pair. It's literally at the EMA 34 on the monthly. So that's usually just kind of like at the last stand. We're breaking above the moving average. We talked about that once it occurred. That's a big deal because that often exasperates the move. And in this case, it would be a move down. So last time we broke above the moving average, it was this. So yeah, I guess I'll look at Sol ETH. Why not? Sol's going down, Bitcoin, ETH going up. Yeah. Okay, let me get out of the monthly here. Eesh. Yeah. I mean, today it seems pretty important for Solana, and the fact that it's not holding or doing anything good. It's not good. You see that we're losing its EMA 100. Next target will probably be its SMA 200. You don't hold that, it's just not going to be the best. Volatility's moving, but it's not giving you a daily setup. Weekly's potentially losing the 38.2%. Back in this range. Next target would be close to that median. Yikes. And I do believe, yeah, this is in a downtrend now. I mean, lower high, lower low. Yeah, this is now in a downtrend on Sol ETH. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say on this. Not even any hopium. It's not looking the best, though, I will say. You're going to want to start seeing Sol get to work here. So I'm either massively wrong on the market's collapsing, or we're probably going to put in a major green dildo soon, or this is just going to close a very bad daily on the ETH pair, the Bitcoin pair, and its Tether pair, and in doing so, that's probably going to cause Sol to at least dump a lot more. Watch 170. You don't hold 170 even on a daily, and the fact that you lose the SMA 200 will be your, I guess, first tick in your brain to say, okay, well, we've lost that. Most likely 170 is not going to hold now. But we'll watch 170. As soon as you lose that, it's going to open the door to 140s. 140s there should hold. Again, should. If it doesn't hold, then you're really then going to be watching carefully to more closer to the $100. Should see some bounce there, though. Even if Sol right now is in a downtrend on the monthly, let's say, and we come down, we break the last higher low, you should be gauging some lower high somewhere around here. This is what I talked about last stream. That's why I don't have much FOMO here. I'll catch an Academy short here with the boys, and we'll print. So we'll just let retail do their thing. Let the newbies do their thing is what I should say. All the traders now that got into Sol coins, they're gonna learn. If this really goes bear, all the Solana chain coins are going to never ever recover again. Let's just see Jupe one more time to close this. Yeah, Jupe probably never breaks its all-time high again. I'll just say that now. So,
well, yeah. Fuck those coins.
Yeah.
Fuck your puts. Fuck your calls.
I will take that same bet with Ethereum Classic.
Why can't Milei drop like a nice little coin on Ethereum Classic or on Bitcoin Cash? Why can't he just do that?
Yeah.
But instead, he had to go.
Elon should do it.
Elon should do it. I'm pretty sure
Tesla
Elon did.
Tesla coin on Ethereum Classic.
On Ethereum Classic. What a fucking blast from the past.
If anybody were to do it, it'd be him, just for the funny aspect.
Just for the lulz. All right.
Doge.
Let's get it. Hang on a second. Oh, Alex, you're doing Planet Fitness, sir.
Oh,
that's a pretty good one, dude. He was like, last time we checked it, he was in an uptrend tremendously towards all-time highs.
Let's see.
Ok, vamos a ver Solana rápidamente y quiero que vean lo fácil de esto. Voy a quitarle un poco de sabor para todos ustedes. Ok, venimos en esta tendencia alcista desde agosto del 2024. Veamos todos para arriba, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos y bolas, la rompes a la baja. Ok, ¿esto ya acabó y se cocinó y nos vamos a ir para el piso? No, pero aquí te va algo muy importante. Este nivel en los Solamis, en los 178, es un nivel importantísimo. No sé por qué, pero siempre me acuerdo del precio en mis tragedias, ¿no? Los voy a llevar a mis tragedias. 2021. A ver, Solana, por favor. O sea, Solana, por favor, ponte las pilas. Ok, los voy a llevar a mis tragedias en el 2021. 2021, tío Salo tiene sus Solamis aquí en $259. Y después se viene un plomazo hasta acá, ¿ok? Ojo, este nivel nunca rompe los 176. ¿Lo pueden ver? Básicamente, abajo de esto es donde está casi cocinado esto. Para que lo puedan ver así de fácil. ¿Ok? Nunca tocaste acá. En cuanto subiste y rompiste y cerraste aquí abajo, que fue esta que nos llevó a 160, aquí es donde personalmente dije, aquí hay algo malo. Bajamos a 147, pompeamos hasta 204, que está justamente un poco arriba de nuestro nivel ahora, y de ahí nos fuimos al nepe. Una vez perdido este nivel, una vez tomado este nivel, altos históricos, lo pueden ver acá. Una vez perdido este nivel, bear market, papi. ¿Ok? Vamos a acercarnos a donde están mis solamis el día de hoy, con la nueva línea donde está. Lo pueden ver ahí. Y aparte vean lo perfecto que queda. Una vez que Solana pierda los 173 y te comas este mínimo, que también es un 169, se acabó. La jugada aquí se acabó. Porque si te llevas este mínimo, entonces ya rompiste toda la tendencia alcista, estás creando bajos más bajos. ¿Y qué sería lo siguiente? Un bajo más alto, un alto más bajo. Siguiente zona interesante de rechazo, si es que llegamos, para mí, sería los 203.48. Si llegamos a pararnos en los 203.48, tío Salo entra con un corto a huevo. Ahora, quiero que vean esto. Simplemente para expandir esto. También la otra posibilidad para esta jugada es, el precio de Solana cae, va a rebotar una vez más a los 194, 195. Se va a meter acá y de ahí va a continuar a la baja. Eso es lo que ya vimos, ya pasó, lo entendemos, etcétera. ¿Ok? Es simplemente algo que quería que vieran puesto fuera de un análisis más o menos tradicionalón en esto. Ahora, ¿por qué es también importante? En la de 5 días, este es tu promedio del 55. No quieres perder tu promedio del 55. En la semanal, ya caíste y perdiste tu 34 y esto ya se pone, el 55 está por debajo. Y ahora lo que me molesta es este 100 que está justo con mi línea meme, que también le va a dar más confluencia al análisis justamente a dónde va el precio. Acá puedes ver el 55 en la de 2 semanas también en esa zona de los 137, perdiendo el promedio del 21 a la baja y siguiente objetivo serían los 158 si es que llegas a romper esta zona de los 171. Si vuelves a subir arriba de 178 vas a estar bien. En la diaria el problema ahora también es, estás perdiendo el SMA 200. De perder el SMA 200 y llevarte este mínimo en 176, vienes a los 173. Y de los 173, si barres este 169, no te puedo decir lo rápido que esto va a caer como básicamente como cascada a la baja. Este para mí era un punto también, otro nivel muy importante y es justo lo que ya rompimos aquí a la baja. Lo puedes ver. ¿Por qué digo que es importante? Tienes resistencia, después lo volviste soporte todo este tiempo, aunque sí lo llegaste a perder en este cierre, en 2 cierres, y luego lo retomaste. Luego de ahí no lo perdiste y lo usaste como soporte. Luego de ahí lo usaste como soporte. Y ahora está rompiendo ese soporte. ¿Qué pasa si este soporte se vuelve resistencia? Ve hasta dónde viene este movimiento. Por eso está esta línea aquí abajo, en los 130. Esta es la antesala, junto con el SMA 200, a perder toda esta zona. Así que si en 6 horas y 7 minutos Solana no recupera el SMA 200 en 183, bajistas. Tenemos un cruce plateado acá en la diaria, etcétera. Ok, ya puesto eso, les puedo enseñar rápido. Vamos a la tabla mensual de los Solamis, tabla mensual de los Solamis. Vamos a poner el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver. Y a ver, agregar confluencia a nuestro análisis. Vamos a ver. Perfecto, Alejandro. Continúa analizando tus nalgas. Ok. Ojo, hemos perdido la media. ¿Dónde está la media? En 195, damas y caballeros. 195 está justamente en esta zona donde tengo el mouse y pueden ver que está siendo perdida en este momento. Además de la media, ahora, ¿qué es lo que sigue de la media? El 9. El 9 en la mensual es el mismo lugar que el SMA 200 en la diaria, $179, ¿ok? Estás cotizando en 178.20. Estás por debajo de tu promedio mensual. Estás por debajo de tu media mensual. Y también, como nota muy importante, estás debajo de tu promedio 200, tu SMA diario. ¿Ok? ¿Qué pasa si rompes esto a la baja? Siguiente parada es el 21 y está en 142. Una vez más, la zona de los 137 están llamando a casa junto con IT, padre. ¿Ok? So he dicho, volatilidad está contrayendo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanitas. 2 semanas ya perdiste la zona azul. La zona azul la perdiste con esta vela y ahora estás intentando regresar. Rechazo, pierdes el 21 y tienes 13 días, 7 horas. 13 días, 7 horas, quieres cerrar por encima de 182 una vez más. Arriba de 182 te va a dar la probabilidad de ir a 199, que le da confluencia a lo que había dicho al principio de este rebote que tiene que ocurrir para después dar continuación a la caída. Y tienes tu promedio del 55 en los 137. ¿Ok? ¿Cómo se lee esto? Sí, por alguna razón. Tienes 13 días y 7 horas para caer hasta los 149, básicamente. Y de no aguantar los 149, el siguiente objetivo van a ser los 136. Pero si llegaras a cerrar por encima de 195 en 13 días y 7 horas, te va a dar una probabilidad alta de venir a buscar tu promedio del 9, que está en los 198, donde yo diría que vas a encontrar un rebote a la baja. Y volatilidad contrayendo en la de 2 semanas. Semanal, pierdes la media, estabas por encima, la pierdes, intentas subir, la pierdes, pierdes la zona azul y ahora estás cayendo al 50%. Del 50%, ¿qué queda? Siguiente objetivo, si es que llegas a cerrar esta vela en 6 días y 7 horas abajo de 177.67, que de nuevo agrega confluencia al número que les había dado antes. Llegas a perder ese número, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 164 y de no aguantar los 164, tu SMA 100, digo, tu EMA 100 que está en los 137.90. 5 días todavía te pinta aún mejor la fotografía, cómo está rechazando no nada más tu promedio del 9, tu media 21, 34, perdiendo el 55 y ahí vas al 50%. 50% está en 173. De no poder aguantar esa zona, vas a ir a los $150, que es donde está tu EMA 100 en la de 5 días. En la de 5 días, volatilidad está expandiendo, pero ahora sí que no tan fácil de entender y son simplemente a la baja. Toda esa expansión es a la baja, o sea, toda, literalmente toda, sí. Ok, olvídelo, no es que sea difícil de entender, soy un imbécil, es fácil. Así que los 173 son muy posibles con un cierre por debajo de 179, 178 y los empezaríamos a ver. Diaria, tienes un periodo de no volatilidad, lo que nos pone en esta zona donde empezamos a crear esas barras azules. Estás cayendo ya en 78.8%. A Solami no le molesta caer hasta el 95%. El 95% está en 155 en este momento. Estás cayendo por debajo del 55, 34, 100, 21, tu media, el 9, rechazando la zona azul, rechazando el 50%, continuando el Domsky hasta lo que podría ser el 172, que coincide con esta línea meme también que tenemos, 173, 172. De darse este escenario, va a haber continuación a la baja y vas a ver a Solamis caer más. ¿Qué estamos esperando una vez más? Ya viendo todo esto, para ponerlo sencillo, Solamis barriendo 176 a la baja, vas a los 173, vas a poder encontrar, esperaría yo, un rebote, si no es acá, pronto, una vez más, a esta zona, donde está tu promedio, el 9, etcétera, y aquí darte la vuelta y dar continuación a la baja. ¿Cómo puedes invalidar eso? Teniendo un cierre encima de esta zona, de los 208. 208, cerrando encima de los 208, nos vamos para arriba una vez más a intentar crear nuevos máximos históricos. Cerrando justamente donde estamos en este momento, cayendo fuerte y agresivamente 177 y dando continuación y llevándonos el 176, pues bueno, te pone una situación horrible para si eres alcista en Solana. Si eres bajista, bien por ti, pero lo más probable es que una vez más la oportunidad del corto esté en esta zona. o en esta zona, ¿ok? Sería la primera después, o sería pum, pum. Vamos a ver cuál va a ser exactamente la que va a jugar en los Solami. 173, está llegando la caída brutal, ahí va, y recuerden que a Solana le gusta ser el primero en caer todo esto, así que ahí está, Solamis. Vamos a ver Planet Fitness, de acuerdo a lo que nos tiene Alex enfrente, como de que no, Planet Fitness, ¿cómo era? PLNT, PLNT, yes.
All right. Let's take a look at this. Let me do this. Nice. So, it is looking good. We ideally want it just to hold the $100 psychological point, essentially. We have support at $100 to $99.50. We're going to want that to hold, but most importantly, act as more like a spring, in my opinion. You can just see we chopped a lot around that zone. We come back down and we're very close to it, I will say. We're going to want to start seeing bulls get to work and actually kind of just tap and go. That way, then we can say, okay, we retested here. The breakout zone, yes, under the 9, but then they can quickly get that reclaimed, because that is the concerning factors, getting under the EMA 9 on the weekly, but it's not something we haven't seen here, where we, lose it, spring up, and then from there consolidate. Lose it, spring up, from there consolidate. So that's kind of what I'm looking at now on Planet. And it's very easy, and consolidation ideally will lead to BBWP expanding on the weekly in favor of bulls. If we go here, you can see we are starting to lose the weekly median, though. So that is why the consolidation will be important. We can then ideally flip the EMA 9 for it to come more down, the median to come more down, or at least just open above price, or under price, I mean. And that is kind of the nice part about having consolidation, is it does move all those in favor of bulls. And for now, though, we did lose it in the last Friday, so it's going to be really important if we do end up coming and tapping this region for, like I said, it to act like a spring. 5 days, very similar to the weekly, makes sense. 2 week as well. Can see, we did lose the median on this 2 week. So in this opening, it's going to be really important to see where this flips to, because you can see, price likes to pump when we're above that 2 week median. When we start losing it, I mean, we can see in this occurrence, we did kind of get that bearish momentum. Here, it's interesting because, we lost it, and then again, we just quickly got it to, we reclaimed it very quickly in this zone here. Yeah, that's interesting. It didn't even hit the 21. So that's why, we see the 2 week EMA 9 even come around that $100 mark. Could just solidify what I'm saying. Quick move down, that acts as a spring. We flip this zone into support, and then from that, we honestly start seeing this move up to make new all-time highs. An area of interest for me is, right around that $112 region. That would make a lot of sense to me. And once you reach that 112 zone, you're essentially here basing for a breakout on the daily. Wherever this volatility goes, though, because you can see it still is in expansion. We're above the moving average now, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. You're ideally going to want to see that kind of that volatility churn in favor of bulls, because right now it is in favor of bears, and that just ties into the idea we just come down and quickly get a bounce from this region. Because if you start breaking down, the next area of interest for me will be the bottom of the zone at $97.31. And you would be watching that carefully, because that is where that daily EMA 100 is. There's only a few times on Planet where we've actually hit it, and all occurrences have led to a really nice bounce. So if we end up not holding that, let's say, $100 region, and this volatility keeps expanding in favor of bears, then you'd want to see what I just said, but lower, meaning you'd want to see the consolidation here then. That way we could start resetting volatility. The weekly median can come down along with the 2 week EMA 9 getting reclaimed again. But until then, I'm still going to be looking at this as very bullish. I want $100 to hold, and that's it. I mean, it's bullish. It's in an uptrend, and it just made new highs. So you should expect some kind of pullback for sure. Even on a monthly here, I mean, depending on where this goes, you're just not really looking for a major pullback, like all the way down to 80s. You're kind of just watching for the hundreds to like 96.50 to hold. And that's even shown here with the 50%, the 38.2% on the monthly. You can just see how well that does hold once we, well, no, this is a bad occurrence because this was a reclaim. Here's a better one. Broke out, opened above, held that 38.2% as support, got expansion. The only difference here is the monthly 9 was at that point closer to price. Let me see if we have a better one. No, this one was more trappy. Yeah, no, not really. Strong though. I mean, it's a strong chart. Planet Fitness, I'm surprised it's doing this well. Honestly, even the quarterly is not the worst. That's something to watch on this candle though. $90 is the median. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, Planet Fitness is bullish. You're gonna want to watch the $100 region. That way, then you can just start looking at this zone as a flip of resistance into support, and then possibly argue we're forming some kind of higher low here. If we end up not holding that like $100 or $99.63 region, you're gonna then have to flip gears and really look at lower, possibly all the way back down to $97 to $96.82. That's going to be important though, because we already see here that we're losing the median. Now this could open obviously lower into tomorrow, but we want to then gauge wherever that EMA 9 goes on the 2-week, which could definitely come closer to support right around $97, like I mentioned. And at that point, you'd want to just see it kind of find some consolidation, tight range here, and slowly get itself back out. Any consolidation back above here after it getting lost will then look like a really nice reclaim, and you'll be gauging the retest here as your long opportunity for possibly, 110 to making new highs at $112.58. If we start really losing, specifically that 2-week EMA 9, and going below $96.82, yeah, I mean, then we can talk about a lot lower, and lower to me will come wherever that monthly 9 is. So right now it's at $90.34. That'll be my first area of interest. And you can see here, if we start really losing this zone, you'll be back into the blue zone. This will be kind of like a failed breakout. And you will have to first, in my opinion, gauge wherever the median goes. So what would be easier is for that to start moving up wherever the monthly 9 is. But I'd always first say the monthly 9 is an area of interest if you get a major pullback, because it always is. In a nice bull market, it's always a big zone. So should never discount it. But yeah, if you don't hold that like $97 to $96 region, at minimum, we're going to see $90 and possibly even lower, around $84 to $81. So bulls are going to try to hold this area. It's very simple. Just look at this as kind of like the zone you're going to want to hold. Yes, you can wick below it and maybe close dailies below it, but you're really not going to want to see that daily EMA 100 get lost. So use that as kind of your gauge. Watch very closely the weekly, in my opinion. And first, let's see if $100 psychological point acts as a spring. That way we can get quickly back above the weekly median. If we start losing that, though, then we're switching gears and possibly looking at $96 and chop scenario for us to slowly get out of that zone to reclaim 100. Reclaim 100 can be your trigger to target the $109 region, if not right around $112. So yeah, that's Planet for me. That's all I really have. It's not looking worse though, and if we do get consolidation, that will be bullish, because then we can shift that volatility in favor of bulls on the weekly.
Yes, indeed, senor. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Hopefully, Planet Fitness will send us some memberships, even though they're like $2 each. They're in the bulk game.
Yeah,
in the bulk game, and not bulking, the bulk game of memberships. Right. Vamos a ver Planet Fitness rápidamente porque hay gente invirtiendo en esta cosa y lo vamos a analizar rápidamente. Yo creo que Planet Fitness, honestamente, te va a dejar algo bastante sencillo que analizar por acá. Primera línea meme en 108, segunda línea meme, segunda línea meme está en 95, tercera línea meme en 81. Ahora, la mitad de esos rangos están aquí puestos en dotadas. Cuando volteamos a ver Planet Fitness, la pregunta es, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? ¿No? ¿Queremos invertir? ¿Queremos seguir alocando? ¿Qué exactamente está pasando? Y si los echamos para atrás, para que lo puedan ver bien, habíamos tenido nuestros máximos históricos en noviembre del 2021 y desde entonces hicimos un excelente, un fondillo por acá en los $44. Después tuvimos un bajo más alto en los $54 y de ahí vamos en este rally tan potente. Lo que quiero que vean acá es varias cosas. Una, no quieres perder eso, ¿no? Es básicamente algo sencillo de entender, no quieres perder esa zona. Dos, si llegaras a perder esa zona, ¿qué es lo peor que va a pasar? Yo creo que la diaria te la pone muy bien porque tienes acá un gap y lo entiendes. Esto podría ser una mega trampa para todo el mundo y no darte la oportunidad que estás buscando, ¿ok? Eso es lo primero que tengo que decir. Segundo, estás tal cual en donde está rebotando el precio, en este punto de vista, en la diaria, ¿ok? ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que por más que estés perdiendo el 55, continúas esta tendencia alcista, simplemente estos mínimos, después de este alto, el alto más alto, estos mínimos no han roto nada de esta estructura por acá. Estás creando un mínimo más alto en general para poder continuar para adelante. Y como si fuera eso poco, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en el caidón en este momento. En la diaria ya estás en 59%. ¿Ok? Y esto viene de acá, no viene del punto más bajo. Es básicamente esta expansión por acá, que es lo que estás viendo. ¿Ok? Ahora, voy a ponerlo fácil y después me voy a meter al HPDR. ¿Dónde están tus oportunidades de entrada? Una, dos, es 86, ok. Tres. Esto es si te sacas la lotería. La lotería sería esta. Esta es probable, pero no tanto. Esta es ya una oportunidad, a menos de que esto haga bloop y se vaya al pito, ¿no? Eso es lo que quiere todo el mundo preguntarse. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Ok, con eso dicho y hecho, vamos rápido a la mensual. Perdón. Vamos rápidamente y potentemente a la mensual, donde hemos visto que por encima de esta línea meme, por acá en los 88, tenemos una gran fuerza para dar continuación a la alza para el precio de Planet. Estamos por encima del 9, estamos por encima del 21, estamos por encima de absolutamente todo y todo en orden, que es bastante bueno para la gente alcista en Planet. También vienes de hacer tu vela más alta y ahora estás teniendo este rechazo, cayendo por ahora. Tu promedio del 9 está en 90-51. 90-51, ¿ok? Es importante. Vamos a poner rápidamente el HPDR para que lo puedan ver. La cosa es, exactamente, Planet ya está sobrecomprado al tope. O sea, este fue un velazo al 100% y de acá ha hecho un poco más de lo mismo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando en este momento nosotros? No hay nada que nos diga que vamos a caer. Seguimos en una tendencia alcista fuerte. Muy probablemente consolidación en esta zona es lo que esperaríamos. Porque recuerda, estás en un rango. Es bastante sencillo. De perder la zona de los $100 que le estás perdiendo por ahora, siguiente parada va a ser el 50% en 97. Después, la parte alta de la zona azul, que está justamente donde nuestra línea meme, en 95. De no aguantar, vas a venir al 90-52 o al 88-96. La media está en 84, que es donde creo sería la oportunidad más alta, elevada, máxima que vas a poder tener para entrar, si es que esto sigue en tendencia alcista, que no tiene por qué no. También estás viendo cómo la volatilidad está expandiendo, pero llegando a extremos. Un segundo, en la mensual. Estamos llegando a extremos y venimos de la zona no más baja, lo que no nos da un setup de los más fuertes. 2 semanas estás justamente rebotando, perdiendo la media que está en 101 y tu siguiente objetivo sería tu promedio del 9,9831. De no aguantar la parte baja de la zona azul en 38.2%, que está en $91, sería tu siguiente punto de interés. Y si no, tu promedio del 21, que está literalmente en los 88.78, que es donde está nuestra línea meme amarilla. Semanal y atentos, se está creando periodo de nula volatilidad para después dar un zampompazo. La última vez que hizo esto lo hizo acá. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó? Nos dio un zampompazo, el punto bajo de la vela hasta el máximo histórico de 40%. Está creando un setup de esos. No sabemos si va a ser para la alza o a la baja. Por ahora estamos perdiendo en la semanal nuestro promedio del 9, nuestra media del canal, y nos dirigimos justamente a la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en 97.89%. De no aguantar, vamos a nuestro promedio del 21 en 96.48, una vez más, esta zona. Tres días, ya el 21 nos está aguantando por acá en los 160. De perder los 160, nuestro siguiente objetivo serían los 96.16. Por eso digo que sería bastante difícil aprovechar oportunidades tan abajo, porque esto tiene cara de que simplemente plup, 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 y va a continuar a ir a buscar su objetivo en los 114 eventualmente. Diaria, tienes expansión de volatilidad justamente en esta caída, pero de nuevo, no vienes del punto más bajo. Lo habíamos platicado, estás perdiendo tu promedio del 55 y tu siguiente parada de continuar y perder la zona de los $100 van a ser los 97.47 o tu promedio del 100 en los 96.16. No importa cómo quieres ver a Planet Fitness, básicamente siempre y cuando, y está ahora respetando esta línea, sigues en tendencia alcista y esta es una oportunidad de compra. Esta sería una segunda excelente oportunidad de compra, en mi opinión, y personalmente creo que debajo de esto estarías comprando regalado. Obviamente tienes el riesgo de venir a cerrar este gap hasta acá en los $85, pero, tío, también se mueve muy lento esta cosa. Y ahí lo tienen, más alcista que cualquier cosa en Planet Fitness, simplemente tenemos que aguantar este nivel o el siguiente nivel en los 96. La última vez que tocó el promedio del 100 fue acá en agosto del 2024 y después te da unos rebotes excelentes y acá ni siquiera lo tocó, hizo el pre-front run de él y vieron que nos llevó a máximos históricos y es justamente lo que estamos viendo. El S&P 200 no lo ha tocado desde mayo del 2024. Mayo del 2024 y está en 83.94. Seguimos pensando que esto va en una tendencia alcista y va a continuarlo. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a darle. Farhan, what are you doing, Rivian?
Yes, Rivian.
Great. I got the little thing already made. Any markets closed.
Let me switch. Yeah, it is closed. It's for President's Day. Why do we gotta celebrate these presidents? They've been dead for a long time now. Not like they would know.
Exactly. Wish I knew. I wish I fucking knew.
It is an excuse for kids to get a day off of school, though. So I guess I took advantage of that back in the day.
Of course. And I'll take it too. You know, if I don't have to do shit today, although I do.
On the monthly right now on Rivian, where we close on Friday was a sweep of this median and then a close back above, which usually does give us a retest of this 38.2% right now, which is sitting at $15.36. Momentum is approaching the reset point, while volatility is also getting close to extreme lows. So right now, if we do close over this 38.2%, that will be a change in the entire structure of this entire downtrend, because the last time we've closed over 38.2%, rejected it here, closed over it right here, and we got a pretty significant pump towards the 100%. From close to high was around 68.4%. So if you were to take right now the 100% sitting somewhere around $26, but funnily enough, even if it does go to this 100% sitting around that $26 level, that would just be another lower high. High, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. This would just be another lower high below this one here. It's insane how going all the way to the 100% would still keep this in a monthly downtrend. Going to the 100% would be an 86% move to the upside, and it would still be in a monthly downtrend. It seems like it's going to take a lot to send this back up. It probably eventually does happen, but as of right now, it seems very difficult. Now you look at the monthly jewel. This is some hopium for the bulls. Is now that it is flipping ground and it is giving a buy signal for the first time ever since we've had the jewel on the monthly. Probably goes along with closing over the 38.2% if we continue to hold the buy signal. On the 2-week, momentum starting to flip back up, getting over the moving average, making some nope, it actually went lower, so there's no divergence there. The volatility is flipping back up too and expanding with this momentum to the upside. And then we look at the jewel is bouncing right at the pink, flipping back up out of the bearish control zone and giving a buy signal. We don't have enough data here to see the yellow, however. But let us mark with a vertical line the last time we flipped out of the bearish control zone with a buy signal. Mark it right there and right there. This time we pumped from open to high about 68%. Quite nice. This time 41.6%. So where do we exit? Bearish control zone 41.6%. So the previous move was 86%, right? I believe 68%. 68%. So if we do another 20% from this high here, that would be to take us to that same amount. Somewhere around $20, which would line right up with this 55 EMA. That would be on the monthly, roll that on the HPDR. That lines up at the 61.8% level, basically. Still has room left to go if it were to tap the 100% like it did over here. Divergence on here. No. Weekly is starting to flip up as well. With the 2 week within the bullish control zone, weekly is flipping up from the reset point with volatility coming from 0%. Plus, you see it right above this 38.2% and the 55 EMA. So if you do close over the 38.2%, it's going to be a similar move like you had right here, where you close over the 38.2%, and that gave us how much would we move up after closing over it? Close over it right there. 79.5% to the upside. And it also took us to the 97.5% of the HPDR bands. So if we were to close up this 38.2% right now and take us to the same 97.5% of the HPDR bands, that'll take us somewhere around $23 to $24, very close to that $26 number. And if that were to and if the bullish scenario does play out, what we'd be looking for is for this dark blue to come right around this pink and start flipping up right here on the jewel. This is this signal right here that we got on the jewel was literally the most epic buy signal that you can ever get on the jewel. No, the cross was right. So this was after it already happened. Straight right there. So 58% to the upside so far. Let's see if we can find another instance of this setup playing out. Oh, nope, we don't have enough yellow, so they're not going to be able to. But that setup for only 58% on the weekly makes it a lot more likely that we might see somewhere around the 20s. Five-day as well has momentum pointed to the upside, pretty close to getting into the bullish control zone, while volatility shifts up from almost 0%. And we're in the same place, brushing right up against this 38.2% and its 55 EMA. Close above that, same thing as last time. We got a massive pump to the upside, tapping the 97.5%. Actually went even above it, which right now the 97.5% is at $24.61. If we were to go above it, somewhere around maybe $25, $26. Still, unfortunately, on the higher time frames, that would just be a lower high. And then when you're tapping the 100%, you have basically 0% chance of continuation from there. making it highly likely you would just form another lower high. Momentum on the 2-day is getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up from almost 0%. And right now we are strongly over the 38.2%. This is what was currently happening. Same thing what was happening right here, which is we're getting on Bitcoin, is that it almost silver crossed to the downside, then got a massive green dildo, reversing that possible silver cross to the downside, which is what I think might happen on Bitcoin. If that doesn't happen, then it's probably fucked. And that silver cross to the downside on Bitcoin is going to confirm today or tomorrow. But as of right now, if we do close over this 38.2%, highly probable we'll tap somewhere around the 88.3%. And that is somewhere about $16.50. Close over that area, then you probably get that move towards the 20s. Right now, the jewel is giving a buy signal within the bearish control zone, starting to flip out of the bearish control zone. We do have a piece of sombering information, details that the pink has crossed below the yellow, so you might find some resistance around this point. But if you do reclaim this area, you're going to get a pretty significant move, and it's going to be somewhere similar to these ones here where I draw a vertical line. Let's do it from where it gave us the buy signal. And this one should be good. Maybe we'll just do one more for instance. This one gave us a move to the upside of about 31%. This one was slight dumpski, and it massively performed. Dumpski of about 10% before going up 110%. This one was kind of a failure. We did, come on, 10.5% to the upside before going down 32%. That one did the opposite statistics as the other one that went up 30%. This one got a little bit of a dumpski. How much? 12% before ultimately going up 41%. This one didn't even get any of a dumpski, just went straight up. This one went up 101%. This one down about 8%, then up another 59, almost 60%. So right now we are getting the similar setup right now where the jewel is flipping around within the bearish control zone, starting to give us a buy signal. So if we were to do the smallest move of about 30% from here, takes us to about $18. If we were to do the other move of around 40%, that's about $20. Like that's psychological level. We don't need to do the math for 100% because we can just double that. We're not that retarded. And that'd be $28. On the daily, we are breaking into the bullish control zone on momentum. Volatility is flipped up from pretty close to 0%. And on the jewel is flipping out of the bearish control zone with a buy signal. The stats are going to be basically the same on the 2-day as the daily, where when you flip around in the jewel on within the bearish control zone, you usually get a pretty significant bump. And now we're already not only over the 38.2%, we're over the 61.8%. See, the last time we were over the 61.8%, that was right over here, where we went up to tap the 88.3. And that is right around that $15 level, which is going to be testing this previous lower high. We're closing over this level is what probably takes you into the $20 area. And this is all assuming we don't massively gap down on tomorrow's open.
Of course.
Right now on the 4-hour, we're so close to getting a silver cross to the upside. probably on this next 1 or 2 opens max, we're going to confirm that silver cross. Momentum is getting into the bullish control zone, volatility as well. The only worrying detail is it's getting a little high. It's not quite topped out yet, and we're also approaching somewhere around the 88.3%. So we are getting pretty high levels on the HPDR bands. Would make sense to confirm this silver cross, make a little bit of a pump towards that $15 lower high area, maybe get a pullback there because you're getting to high areas in the silver on the HPDR bands, and you're approaching another major sell point. Probably gets a pullback from there and ranges a little bit while these ranges step up, and then tries for $20, assuming we're still bullish and this doesn't just make it a lower high right here. While the jewel is starting to curve back around and make its way back into the bullish control zone. Let's mark the vertical line where we made our way back into the bullish control zone. There. Right there. And right there. Let's leave it at that. Quite nice. A move to the upside of 38%, got a little bit of a correction, and then eventually up 41.9%.
That was on the same buy signal for the jewel, right?
Yeah. That was it. The jewel entering on a bicycle, entering into the bullish control. So we take it from here. The open went up about almost 31%, very similar numbers to previous time. Went up about 35%, got a correction, and then eventually about 45%. So the two numbers we see keep repeating is somewhere in the low 30s and then the mid 40s on the percentage wise. So if we were to take it from here, we just entered into the bullish control zone now. Take it from this candle's close and do, say, 32%. Brings us to about $18. If we do the higher end average, about 45%, brings us to just exactly $20. Round psychological level, significant level on the HPDR bands, tapping the 100% on the 4-hour, very, very high probability area for pullback, if you even get that area. Because you'd have to close above $15 first before you could reasonably target $20. Ding! Monthly on Rivian does have 3 drives of bullish divergence active right now, and it is going to be active as long as we're closing above $9.82. Pretty low, pretty far away from being invalidated, and continuation on the divergence is going to be closing over $16.65. Close over that $16.65 area, very likely going to go to the mid zone on the RSI, sitting somewhere around $23. And that if you remember that $23 is above our 100% on the HPDR at $20. So what's more likely is that $23 area is a significant high, which gets a wick and closes somewhere below $20.50. And then from there, even if we are bullish, we likely consolidate and pull back a little bit before we try for the upper level of the ranges, somewhere around $30 to $40. And that's all assuming that we're bullish. Right now, we do have an inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. The way to confirm it as a breakout on the inverse head and shoulders is going to be to close above $15.50. That will likely take us towards somewhere around the bullish control zone, and that number is at $37. 2-week right now does have active hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $16.65. Invalidating that will likely take us back to the bullish control zone, and that level is sitting at $19.43. Continuation on the divergence is going to be a close below, use this low actually, $12.17. Close below there, then you're likely going to tap the bearish control zone, which is at $9.33. And then once that happens, likely going to break down because it's going to confirm another major macro lower high. And what happens after a lower high is lower low, probably going to break the $8 low. Was it 8 or 9?
8.
Same thing on the weekly. We have massive inverse head and shoulders on the weekly right now. To confirm the head and shoulders breakout, we'd have to close above $16.65, and that likely takes us to the critical zone, which that level is right now at $27.44. I don't realistically, like, just giving my opinion, not really backed by statistics other than the monthly trend. I don't really see that happening.
Yeah.
5-day also has hidden a bearish divergence as long as we're closing below $16.65. Continuation on the divergence is going to be a close below $12.22, and that likely takes us towards the middle zone at the very least, which right now is at $9.71, and probably going to make a new lower low at that point. And the only realistic target, or the only target that I can give you right now from the RSI, which is going to be a failure of the inverse head and shoulders, taking us to the critical zone right now, is at $4.53. But this level probably does change because this is going to take several periods to play out. So maybe it's somewhere around $6, $7. I don't really think this is going to go to $4.53.
Yeah.
Watch it go to 0.
That would be the biggest joke on me ever.
I don't think I'd ever be able to live that one down.
Imagine. But I think I don't think anyone cares about clipping you on anything other than if you say anything bad about Bitcoin or perhaps crypto. I don't see, like, for example, that dude, the Meet Kevin guy, when they printed a lot of money, he was like, inflation's only transitory. It's gonna be done super fast. And no one cares. Like, he doesn't understand basics of just like inflation. And everyone's like, that's cool. But if Kevin would have said, oh, this is the cycle peak in Bitcoin, and he would have not nailed it, they would remind him until the day he dies. That's my opinion.
Yeah, because people usually take bearish opinions as you personally want them to lose money.
Yeah. Well, and again, that is the negative, but also like when it was the cycle top at 69,000, that I was like, it's going to go to 100. That's when I get cooked.
That and $3,000 off.
Well, I was $3,000 at the bottom. I was $3,000 off,
and $3 off on Solana.
I was $8. No, I was $8 because I said Solana's going to go to $1, so I was $7 off on Solana. That, which is still pretty fucking good in my view.
$7 doesn't even buy you a meal at McDonald's.
That's what I'm saying. So not anymore. Not even nuggets. Not even one nugget. No.
On the 3-day right now, we do have a fresh silver cross to the upside. I had to really zoom in there to see that because I couldn't really see it and had to remove the other moving averages. We have a fresh silver cross to the upside. See if I can bring them back. Yep, now I got them back. Now let's bring back the price. So if we do get a pullback, it would make sense to retest this cluster of EMA sitting somewhere around $13, $12. Where if we get a close below that area, then this is likely going to break down and mark our next major lower high. If this area does hold, though, then we're likely to get a test somewhere around this 100, assuming we don't just test it right away. That level is sitting at $14.48, $14.50. If you can close over the 100 and preferably get 2 or 3 closes over it, because you could just close once and deviate it like we have this entire time through, that would change the structure and give us a target of somewhere around this 200. And right, that 200 is right around that $16.65 area that we'd have to close above to confirm that breakout into the 20s. Otherwise, this would just mark another lower high, and it's going to be the first tap of the 200 on the 3-day ever. As of right now, this 100 has solidly been holding as resistance this entire way down. So what's more likely to happen is the trend to continue and this 100 to once again hold as resistance right around that $14 to $15 area, mark the next major lower high, and continue to the downside. But one thing that has changed, which didn't happen previously when we marked lower highs at the 100, is that each time it failed to silver cross to the upside, whereas this time it actually did. Failed right here, crossed slightly over here, but once it crossed, it did get a pump. How much did it pump? Not much, 13 to 15%. So if you were to market 13 to 15% from here, we somewhere between $16 and about $16. Still not even over these highs, still marking another lower high. And that would be with volatility coming from somewhere below the 15% area. Last time we had that volatility set up was to the upside. We pumped how much? 43%. Wow. Just out of curiosity, although I don't think this is going to happen, 43% from here. $20. Very interesting. And now if it does hit $20, I'm going to hear about that because it's a bearish opinion.
I'm only bullish. By the way, I'm super bullish on everything. Very bullish.
Yeah. Everything's going to go up. Only nothing's ever going to get a single pullback. You're never going to lose a penny.
That's right. Follow our channel.
Yeah, follow us for more hopium and good news. More feel-good news.
Some more feel-good news. I saw my boy George driving in his Cybertruck, and he was like, "This is really good for Bitcoin." I'm like, "What?"
I'm having a good ass time. Bitcoin likes it. It's also very good for Bitcoin when George gets blackout drunk.
I know. It's really it's actually a 1-to-1 indicator. Like it has a better rate, a better hit rate than the Joule.
Yep. Every time George is blackout drunk, we're hitting new all-time highs or lows. On the 2-day, we have active hidden bullish divergence off of this last higher low, and we are getting pretty nice move after it confirmed. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $12.25. This number comes back up once again, which is the breakdown point, where if we close below there, it's likely going below $10, somewhere around the $9 area for a quick pity bounce, and then probably going to break down and make new lower lows from there. Confirmation on the continuation of this divergence is going to be right now a close above, what is this area right here? $13.56, which we are over right now, and that would take us towards this 200 SMA, which is at that $15 level. Closing over that 200 SMA is going to be very significant because we're going to be doing it off the back of hidden bullish divergence. It likely takes us up towards somewhere around this $18 to $19 area, very close to the $20 target. And we are very close to getting a volatility setup, volatility dropping at 10%. Might go somewhere around 10%, 0%, because that's where it does like to expand from. Did it these two times, but these two times it expanded from 15%. When it expanded from 15% here, it was to the upside by how much percent?
That's a big one.
82% to the upside. And what's giving probabilities that it will expand to the upside is that we have the hidden bullish divergence, and the Joule's giving us a buy signal within the bearish control zone. Let's look at the example where it expanded to the downside and show what's different about that one. Off of that one, we had hidden bearish divergence when we expanded to the on volatility, and we had the Joule giving us a sell signal. It's hard to see, but it was a sell signal right here. We have the opposite setup right now. So let's just apply for funsies 80% from here. It's too bullish. I need to zoom out. Takes us to $25. That's very close to that 100% on the HPDR. So I guess if I'm going to be wrong and it is going to do be more bullish than I thought, then we can target that $25 area. Daily now has confirmed regular bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above 1225. And now we're getting a volatility set up on the daily with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods of 0%, and getting above the the 15%, sitting at 23% on volatility. Last time we had a similar setup on volatility, expanded above 15% right over here. How much of a move did we get? We got a quick correction of about 10%, and then a move to the upside of 45%, another correction, and then 55% to the upside. So let's apply that. I'm gonna need to move this down. $40 takes us to right around $20, and then 55% takes us to about 21. Very close to the $25 area as well. Although I'm personally going to say I don't think that happens. I would say my personal opinion, based off of not much data, is that the monthly, other than the monthly trend, is that the trend still holds. Right now, we're very close to.
And you have earnings in 3 days.
Oh yeah, so if that's bad, that could reverse all of this bullish possibility.
Oh yeah, it's a nice reset to everything.
Or give us a quick little scam pump on the earnings and then nuke it.
Yeah, well, everyone's waiting for them to become net profitable, and I don't think they're going to be net profitable making less cars than last year. But okay,
People expect them on this earnings to be profitable.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So then what's, even if they're not profitable by a small amount, it's probably going to nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. That happened to Tesla how many times?
Yeah, they're expecting profitability and then they're nuke on every single one.
Every time.
But maybe it'll end up like Tesla, and then those buys in those areas are going to be up 1000%.
I think it will whenever it's ready. That's my bet, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still buying this shit on my IRA.
By the way, I wear a size purple McLaren F1. Just letting that out there. 4 hours, very close to that silver cross. We do have active hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing above, same number, $12.26, with volatility expansion right now, and the jewels giving a bicycle, making it more likely we do come up and test that $15 area. That's going to be a very significant area. If you close over it, then that takes you into the 20s, and that 100% HPDR situation plays out, or you hit somewhere in the mid-20s. Reject this $15 area, probably going to confirm some hidden bearish divergence, which is currently possible, and that's going to take us below $10. Straight out the end it off on the momentum chart. Not enough data. Very nice to see monthly momentum is to the upside right now, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $10.55, and we're getting out of the critical zone. A little bit of opposite bearish OPM is volatility is contracting while momentum is pointed up. The last time momentum pointed up while volatility contracted was right here, and we did get a move to the upside. How much was it? 85%. That does not look like 85%. and then this time 67%. Let's just apply from momentum flipping up here. 65%. Come on. $22. And then 80% is right around $25. It would be a lot along the lines of the same moves we had in the past of momentum flipping up. Although even if it does, if you look at it on the monthly, even if it does go to $25, that's just a lower high. It's a very nice lower high, almost 100% gain, but still a lower high. 2 week right now is very close to volatility expansion, just about to reach the moving average. If we close over the 21, likely will expand on volatility, and right now likely to have the volatility expansion to the upside because momentum is pointing up, entering the bullish control zone, and we're going to point up as long as you're above $12.67. When's the last time we had a volatility set up to the upside? right around here. How much was this?
That was 68, no?
108% to the upside.
God damn.
And this would be an expansion from even lower than that area.
These earnings are coming in hot.
Or these earnings have to be good, or maybe it might actually go to $25, or they got to be bad. I mean.
Oh, so okay, the last big earnings that they had was such like that's when they announced I believe that was basically this time last year, and that's when they announced, all right guys, guess what, we didn't make as much money as we thought, and then everything like aftermarket collapsed like 40%.
Did it pump into the earnings?
But the pump before, like, it went from $12 to $13, no, to $12.50 to $16, almost $17, and then he dumped to
So
like
new
all-time lows.
We're getting the same setup now. It's pumping into the earnings.
That's why I don't believe it. But technicals are technicals, and it seems like it should pump, but I find it hard to believe.
Yep, but we're still below the lower high, so still hasn't gotten to the safety point yet. At this area, drop the news and nuke it, and it will still be with trend.
Yeah.
So it's still not quite gotten to that point yet. And now we're getting to a little bit of sombering information, where if you get down to the weekly, momentum is flipping down. A little bit of hopium is that volatility is contracting, but momentum flips down. And if you close over this moving average 55, sitting somewhere about like $14.10, $14.50, we're very close to that area. We might get volatility expansion from here, but more likely we would have to drop below the 15% and get it from there. Last time we got it from here, that is the hopium, but the time before that and the time before that, we got it from 15%. If we expand from here while volatility is pointing to the downside, momentum is pointing to the downside, likely going to get a move to the downside. Close over 14.79 though, then we can tap this 100, sitting somewhere around $19, maybe $20. 5 days getting to the edge, just about to flip back up. If it can flip up, it will maintain holding the bullish control zone, and that will line up with the close over this 55 EMA. And that would be at right around $14.16. So we got to see where it opens up to tomorrow, and then that will give us more of an idea of if it's going to flip. This will flip up or not. Because right now this 5-day candle has closed, so we want to see what this pivot is and what price action opens at. 2 days pointed pretty nicely to the upside. We're about to get a volatility setup. Volatility is dropping below 15%, sitting at 10%. Last time we had the setup did apply to the upside. The time before that, it applied to the downside. But what gives you probabilities of this applying to the upside right now is that the momentum is starting to flip up. It's going to be pointed up above $12.18, and we have a derp of life, which last time it applied to the upside, we also had a derp of life. When it applied to the downside, we had a derp of life, interesting, but momentum was pointed down. Right now, it's pointed up. This was how much of a percent move whenever volatility started expanding? There. 33% correction, then 43%. So if we apply, assume volatility will expand somewhere after breaking these highs, which lines up with 200 EMA, 200 SMA. Also at that $15 area, very significant. 30% takes us to $20. 43% takes us to around 22. Daily is giving us that setup after many periods of 0%, double derp of life, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $12.50. And we're within the bullish control zone, getting close to the critical zone. Starting to maybe seem like might actually make it into the 20s. Probably going to do it just to spite me. Unless, all right, so now I need the earnings to be bad.
No, because I mean, it is what it is. On the chart, I think charts look very bullish. I think just when you think about their situation, it's kind of hard to imagine that they're going to be able to just go into profits, making the same amount of cars they did last year, although they did retool their production line so they can make those cars for cheaper. It's just, It's a big to do, and I find it hard to believe that they did it. I hope they do, but on the cars, yeah.
They didn't drop the price matching Tesla?
No, they can't.
I see. It's not good for them.
That's what I'm saying. And also moving forward, like literally people are broke. Like I know from my friends being at the dealership, I have my car for sale. Like not one call. Like no one has money.
I saw it next to that MSOX.
Yeah, it looks good.
Those 10 guys who had those things built paid an ungodly amount of money for it.
And you can buy one right now for like 300 grand.
It's like a nicer 570, I guess.
Yeah.
Right now, momentum on the 4-hour is starting to flip back up with volatility expansion. Last time we had momentum and volatility expansion, we had this move right here. This was a move of about 21% to the upside. This one was, well, let's see if we got this. No, this one was the real setup because it went below the 15% area. 51% to the upside. Then we got it right here. This was a little bit of a dump ski first. How much did it dump? 8%, and then it pumped up 25%. Right now we had that same set. Oh, fuck.
Bitcoin's going lower along with Salamis.
Oh, 95.3.
Salamis
right
175.
Oh, it looks like this market is kind of go. Better hope that 92 to 93 area holds. Looks like that bull trap scenario didn't play out. Although I wasn't very married to that idea. I wrote on the Discord, possibly.
Yeah.
But I'm more.
Mm-hmm. No,
I'm more biased towards that 92s, 93s than the bull trap.
Yeah. I just hope someone clip me saying that I think this is the top, and they can start using it everywhere.
I don't think anybody's gonna mention that.
I know, it's so sad. It's really fucking sad. It's not fair.
One thing that I'm noticing is that every single time we've tapped the critical zone on the 4-hour momentum, it's been a top. We're just about to tap it right now.
Yeah.
This mark with a vertical line taps with the critical zone.
Boom.
Tap. This one got close on, but no, wasn't really got into the critical zone.
It was like a fake out.
Yeah, this one was close enough.
Perfect.
This one, fuck. This one did some more. That should be enough examples. This one dumped about 10%. This one was a failure. It just went straight up. About 14.5%. This one was a lot nicer. Ooh. %32 to the downside. Oh no, it went lower. $34% to the downside. 23%. This one went up. Didn't dump very much. About 6%. This one was more. 17.75%.
So we indeed dumps right after that.
Yeah, this one was almost 20%. So basically every single time it's gotten to the critical zone, which we're basically almost at, if not actually at it right now, because these things are in there, these lines. I mean, the next 1 or 2 closes, we're going to be in the critical zone. And almost every single time before, it's been a dump of somewhere around 10% to 20, 30. Why won't it close to 33%? So let's just take 10% down from here first. That would erase this entire move to the upside, likely bringing us towards this 100. How much of a percentage is 100? About 14%. That's going to, after we've lost more than 10%, it's going to bring us towards those moves of 30%. It's at $9.60.
That's what I would think the bottom is.
Yeah, very likely gets a bounce somewhere in the mid nines, but then eventually I strongly believe it's going to make it lower low.
Yeah. No, a lower low? You think it's going to go below 8?
I think somewhere around $6 or $7.
I think only if my guy makes more, if they only issue more shares. It's just so cheap with all the money that they have. But hey, the crazier things have happened.
Yeah, fingers crossed that it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Right now, we are getting momentum flipping to the upside on the monthly, which the last two times we only had momentum flip to the upside on the monthly. We got very significant moves. We got an 80% move and over a 100% move. Right now, even if we were to get an 80% move or a 100% move, the trend would still be to the downside in the monthly. It would still be bearish. What's more like, and especially whenever you add the HBDR and you see that the $25 and $20 area are tapping 100%, making it extremely less likely that you would close above those areas. Flip to the lower time frames, momentum is flipping up, and the lower ones have a volatility support with momentum flipping up, making it probable that you would continue this bounce towards somewhere around $15. If you can close over that $15 area, then you would have the same move play out that we previously had on monthlies, and we probably tap somewhere between $20 and $25. My bias is we'd make a lower high there if we even get to that point. But right now, I find it very difficult to see us even closing over that $15 area and activating that move on the monthly. What I think right now is going to happen is probably tap somewhere between $15 and $16, reject that, and then have the volatility setups play to the downside. If I'm wrong there, then somewhere around that $20 to $25 area, and that's what I'm going to stand on. Is that point probably is a rejection. Watch me be wrong, and it goes to like $40.
You never know. Anything else you boys like to add before we roll? Well, you roll. I have a call right now. Yeah, of course.
No, I'll see you boys next stream.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for everything, guys. Talk to you soon.
Cool.
Buenas tardes, muchachos.
Buenas tardes. I'm calling you all right now. No, I'm finishing. I'm finishing a live stream. You're live. No, I'm not going to put you on the microphone. I'll call you right now. Bye. Perdón. Tengo que irme en chinga. Tengo una llamada, pero vamos a ver Rivian. Rápido. Para Rivian tienen lo que tienen que saber es, vienen earnings. Earnings van a salir el 20. Hoy es 17 y recuerden que el mercado está cerrado, ¿ok? Estos earnings de Rivian son muy importantes para Rivian porque habían prometido que iban a poder hacer un cash flow positivo por cada vehículo que venden en vez de perder $34,000. Es por eso que es tan importante. Viendo toda la tabla, bajos más altos, pinta muy alcista en ese sentido. Obviamente has creado bajos, altos y altos más bajos y es un poco de indecisión, pero el hecho de que hayas creado estos bajos y estos bajos empieza a pintar bien. Estás viendo arriba en la diaria. Además de eso, tienes un setup de volatilidad bastante potente dándose en este momento con este velazo para arriba. Podría ser el principio de un super pump en Rivian. Y este pump va a llegar siempre y cuando podamos cerrar por encima de esto, 16.66. Si puedes cerrar por encima de esto, Rivian probablemente va a ir a los $25, pero de perder la zona de aquí abajo, porque esta es de las señales de compras que más me gustan en toda la historia, sea a la alza o a la baja. Si esto llega a ser perdido y pierdes este nivel en los 12.50, Rivian va a ir a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Es así de sencillo. ¿Dónde somos alcistas? ¿Dónde le agregamos? En 16.66. ¿Dónde somos básicamente bajistas? Perdiendo los 12.50. 12.50 nos crea un mínimo más bajo. Arriba de 12.66 nos da una alta probabilidad de ir a los $25 después. Y con eso los tengo que dejar, lo siento. Tengo una llamada donde ya voy tarde y pues, ojalá me estuvieran pagando, pero no, tengo que estar en esa llamada. Les mando un abrazote. Gracias por todo. Pórtense bien y nos vemos en un rato.